Hello, my first viewer. If you want to come in, link is in the description. Come in and have a chat. If anybody wants to say hi in the chat as well, feel free to do so. Two viewers this time. Anybody want to come in? Links in the description. If you got any questions for me, please feel free to put them in the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer them. Just waiting. We're going to patrons. Anybody want to come in? Links in the description. Got any questions? Please feel free to put them in the chat. I'll be more than happy to answer them. Hello, Mr. Paul.
Hello, John. How's it going again?
Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Oh, my.
Yeah, just got everything situated and wanted to have the hangout for a while. Yeah. Tonight.
Yeah, I don't plan to stay too long.
That's okay. Just glad to have you here, Paul.
After 36 hours, I kind of get tired.
Yes, sir. I completely understand that. Secular Lobster, and I will be here in a few minutes when you come in.
Yeah, I threw a few more pictures on my Facebook page.
I saw I commented on some of your pictures. Did you get them?
Yeah, I just put up some more zoo pictures.
Oh, it was the squirrel pictures that I commented on.
Yeah, like I say, we've been feeding these bastards for about a year now. And gray squirrels are much more like, oh, hello, you're the food person. Let me come over and see you. These guys are so freaking cautious. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
I can't believe how, like I said, I'm used to gray squirrels. In no time, you can get them to come really close. Matter of fact, eventually you can put the stuff down your pocket and they'll go get it, you know, that kind of crap, you know.
Yeah.
Don't touch them or anything, but, you know, don't get on you. But,
well, the same thing I was telling you when I commented on those pictures, that we have some of those exact same ones by our house and in our backyard.
Yeah.
The same color anyway. I don't know if there's the same species, breed, or whatever you want to call them, but
well, we're not far away, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. And the park that we have next to our house is a pretty big park, and there's a lot of squirrels and acorns all over the freaking place, man.
You know, I feed these guys well.
Yeah.
At first, I was feeding them shelled peanuts, but there's shells all over the damn place.
It seems to me that they're little, what do you call it? They're professionals at making a mess.
So then I started buying just, you know, roasted peanuts that are, of course, not salted. And they were eating them. Then I said, gee, you know, that's kind of boring after a while. So I picked up some, walnuts and pecans and whatever.
Yeah.
And I break them up and put them out. They go first, and then they'll eat the peanuts at the last.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like I said,
oh, go ahead.
no, but like I said, I feed them well, and it's like, gee, I even thrown some to them, you know, and they're like, dumb.
Yeah. Well, like I was telling you earlier on Facebook when we were trading messages back and forth, I was working on a video today, and I really want to try and get it out, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. But we'll see what happens, because the video that I'm trying to make is going to, I don't know what your reaction is going to be to it, but it's going to be about 40 minutes long.
Okay.
I mean, I'm trying to use my video editor to its full potential, I should say. Okay. And I'm trying to I've been teaching myself, you know, how to mess with it a little bit more each day, you know. And I'm learning a lot, you know, because see, the thing with me is I'm able to learn things when I do it myself, you know.
Of course. So anyway, I put some real quick just to bore you to tears. I really looked at the merry-go-round that they have at the zoo.
Uh-huh.
And the animals are a lot better than I thought they were. I mean, they're painted very well.
Yeah. Is that, you've been to the Denver Zoo, right? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's only 8 miles away, and I got a year pass.
Oh, wow. Right on.
That into the Natural Science Museum thing is right next to it, like half a mile away, and I got the same thing with it, a year pass.
Yeah. Well, the next time I go to a zoo like that, I'm gonna have to vlog all of the footage, because I'll upload it to my channel. But I remember telling you that I was at the zoo last time we had a hangout, and during that time, one of the most scariest moments for me, anyway, was we came across the cage for cougars.
The Natural Science Museum thing is right next to it, like half a mile away, and I got the same thing with it, a year pass.
Yeah. Hey Jeff, next time I go to a zoo like that, I'm gonna have to vlog all of the footage, because I'll upload it to my channel. Hey Jeff, you're gonna have to mute the player, buddy. I remember telling you that I was at the zoo last time. Yeah, Jeff, find a way to mute the player from YouTube so that we won't get all that feedback. Oh, they left already. But like I was telling you, one of the most crazy ass moments for me, Paul, was we happened upon a cage for cougars. You know, in our area, they're known as mountain lions. And I saw one, you know, and he hopped up into his cage, and he was following or swaying back and forth, you know, walking back and forth, and he had his eyes fucking deadlocked on me, man. We were looking eye to eye, and I said to myself, if this 400 pounds of killing fury got out of the cage, man, I would be fucking history.
Yeah. I got some other animals today too, but I'll get them up later.
Oh yeah, I'll be sure to comment on them. No pictures. I really did. I like them little fuckers. There's a lot of them running around here by where I live too.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm looking at another. Yeah, I'm looking at another lens for the camera, like 2 to 500 millimeter.
That's cool. I'm gonna have to get me a real nice when I go on outings like that. Like remember I was telling you a long time ago, Paul, where if and when I reach 10,000 subscribers on my channel, I was gonna create a vlogging channel. I'm in the process of looking for a really good vlogging camera, you know, so that way, you know, I could do a vlog here or there and put it on my regular channel for now, you know, my main channel. And one of the things I wanted to do was go to the zoo so I could vlog that, you know, I do sort of like a test footage, if you will, you know, and show everybody what kind of animals we have here. Because our zoo here in this city is not really that big at all. It don't have hyenas, unfortunately. You know, it has a couple breeds of big cats, but that's about, you know, it has rhino, I think it has hippo, I'm not sure. I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to start, you know, vlogging a little bit, you know, when I go out and do things like that.
Yeah, I'll post one up real quick here. Usually this male is more laid back. I found out he's 45 today.
Yeah.
But he was a little. He's in the running season.
Running season?
I think it's called running. When the male gets, he's like aggressive. I mean,
yeah.
The kids at the zoo got a sex education.
There
there
it is. Let me click on your picture so I can see it. All right, here we go. Let's see what we have here.
Yes,
damn.
Yes, he has 2 trunks.
Yeah, I see that second trunk. Oh, fucking Paul.
But, you know, I was telling my son, I said, back in the good old days, most of the country and a lot of things was rural. You know, people were lived on farms. So kids see that shit all the damn time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
usually,
go ahead.
Yeah, usually he's fairly laid back. They have a younger male who seems to like to be expressive.
Yeah.
And, this is the first time I've seen him on the expressive side.
That's cool. You know, there was another thing that I wanted to mention to you too regarding Albuquerque, New Mexico. Not only did we go to the zoo there, we went to the aquarium. They had an aquarium there where they had all different kinds of aquatic animals. They had baby great white sharks. They had a squid. They had a big octopus from the ocean and stuff like that, you know. And it was pretty neat because they also had a sanctuary, you know, where they had polar bears. And this particular polar bear, he stood up on his hind legs. The son of a bitch had to be at least 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, God damn. You know, that was a big ass bear. But it was nice. I got to see box jellyfish. I remember them having a warning on the deal that said you can't touch them.
Oh yeah, I'll kill you. They will literally kill you.
Yep. So I was just looking from the safety of the glass.
Yeah, you don't want to touch them. Quite lethal.
Yep.
You better make out your will real quick.
Yep. Oh, let's see. Secular Lobster says, look at the pecker on that elephant.
Yeah, like I said, he's usually laid back, but then she happened to mention later on he's in running, you know, I think it's called running. It's something like runt.
Oh, cool. Let me click on your picture, Paul. Hold on.
Yeah, this is a safe one.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that is good. That's a nice picture you got there.
Yeah.
Looks like the elephant's getting ready to lay down and relax or something. Or trying to get up, one of the two.
And like I said, he's usually congenial, but he was a little bit rambunctious today.
Yeah. Cool.
But it's random. They have a couple females, I guess, at least. A younger male. Like I say, he's almost always on display when he comes.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised. They try to keep it low key, like that bring attention to it. Like and a lot of kids there. A lot of kids there didn't really notice to speak of.
Yeah.
I'm talking about your 3, 4, 5-year-olds. They're clueless.
Yeah. Do they have let's see, do they have hyena over there at the Denver Zoo, Paul?
Yeah, I did one today. I just I'll post it later. I got some backlit pictures.
Oh, okay. Because I really like I saw some hyena when I was in Albuquerque and I really liked them, and I think they're incredible creatures.
Let's see, where the hell is the picture? Oh, there it is. Let's see. Which one do I like better? Yeah, they also have some wild dogs, and I wish they had them where the lions were, because they were out one time, but they were in a bad position, and the coat on them is beautiful. You wouldn't believe the color. I was greatly surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, where the heck's? I got so many windows open here.
You have a laptop or a desktop, Paul?
I have all kinds of stuff open all over the place.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me click on your picture. Hold on.
Yeah, backlit, as you can see.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. And those are some badass animals, too. Hell yeah. That's a nice picture.
Okay.
Yep, that's a nice picture there. I like it. Did I accidentally mute you or something, Paul?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I had mute myself because my son was asking me a question.
Oh, okay.
Where the hell is it? That's not the one I want. There we go. There's
wow.
Now this guy, I had to find my earlier picture. Earlier this summer, I had to look at the date of it. He had no horns.
Oh, wow.
That's new horns.
That's cool.
I was surprised how fast they grow.
Oh, and that's antelope, am I correct?
I think so. I have to look up again, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he takes forever to chew on the leaf.
Maybe he's just enjoying the taste.
I guess so, because he's got the stem in his mouth, and he just keeps playing with the stem.
Yeah.
How's that one?
Ah, there's another kitty cat. Love them, the leopard.
No, that's a what you call it? Cheetah.
Oh, a cheetah?
Yep.
My bad. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful cheetah.
Yeah, I could say I already posted him already, but one of them. There's like 2 or 3, and the sun was coming in real good, so I just threw that out, played with the shading a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
And these are the ones of the merry-go-round.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're nice. Done.
Got tigers, you got zebra.
Yeah. And that's
hippo. That looks like a hippo.
Yeah.
What kind of? Oh, there's your squirrels again. What kind of horse is that?
Not a horse. That's related to your zebra, or yeah, I'm pretty sure related to the zebra.
Oh, okay.
If not, it'd be the giraffe.
Oh, okay. Secular Lobster says his favorite animal is a sloth.
Yeah, you can catch up on those guys real fast.
Yeah.
They don't get around too quickly. That one didn't come out too bad.
Yeah. Mr. Patrick Thacker, Shelly Siegel, hi, how's it going? Speak, Patrick Thacker. Don't be shy. Speak, goddammit.
I got these new earphones. I don't know if I'm going to like them. No, they flip over your ears and kind of irritating my ear at the moment.
Yeah.
Sound is good on them, but
Patrick.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, sir.
How's it going?
I'm doing fine. It's going fine, sir. And how about you, sir?
Okay.
I was never commissioned. Don't call me sir.
We're just.
I work for a living.
I see.
Yeah.
We're just trading words back and forth.
Yeah, I got to tell you, man, that was one impressive cock on that elephant, wasn't it?
Yeah. You should see how we can flip it around too. It's like another trunk.
Yeah. I remember when I first moved to Oregon.
Huh? That elephant cock is almost
when
as big as
mine. Oh, jeez. When I first moved to Oregon, my stepdaughter, we used to have to drive her to school every day.
Yeah.
And it was very rural, so there was a lot of like farmland, cows, horses, bulls, things like that out in the fields. And right across the street from this junior high where we dropped them off one morning, right before we're turning, right, there's a bunch of these cows. And my ex-wife just looks and she goes, "Holy shit, will you look at the dick on that fucking bull," right? And this bull, right, was just, and my stepdaughter at the time, she's 13, so everything embarrasses a 13-year-old girl at that age, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a very, very, very good demonstration of animal husbandry, or whatever you want to call it. Right across the street from the school, but yeah, she just yelled out. But yeah, we used to see it all the time. We had horses behind us and cows and stuff, and there were times during mating season, holy shit, sometimes some of the horses would get fucking crazy with each other, man.
Yeah.
But my favorite zoo animal is the sloth. I love the sloths.
Well, I've never got to see one. The only one of the animals that I got to see I thought were pretty cool. I forgot the species of monkey that they were. But yeah. they were small. They were probably maybe as big as a 32-ounce cup, maybe, or something. But they had little orange. They had little orange asses.
Yeah. No, I just like sloths, man. I really do. I just want to hold one, That would, if I could hold a sloth, I think my life would be actually complete. That's how much I just love like little sloths and stuff,
Yeah.
They're just the fucking cutest thing. I just love them. They're like the biggest who gives a shit animal on the planet, But yeah, I've always wanted to go to like not Venezuela, but it's Peru or no, one of the South American countries where they have these this sloth sanctuary, where they take care of them because they run out in the street and people sell it, and oh my God, I've seen it on like Animal Planet and everything, and oh my God, that would be like, if somebody said, well, where would you want to go for a couple of weeks? I would want to go there on vacation, you know, because I just like sloths that much. I think if I actually got to hold one, I would probably cry, you know. I know. Yeah, the lobster's a little sentimental guy, you know.
Yeah.
Puppies and kitties don't make me go, oh, it's little baby sloths and stuff, you know.
Well, with me, I'm a cat guy. I love cats.
Yeah. I've had cats that I like. I mean,
yeah.
The thing is, the cat we have, it likes my wife, and a lot of times cats will pick like one person, and quite frankly, the cat could give a shit less about me. It likes my wife, you know. So right now, me and the cat have pretty much an understanding. You know, if it doesn't piss me off, I won't piss it off. You know, I've had cats before that were up my ass and followed me around and everything, and dogs and stuff when I lived in Oregon. And my wife used to say, "Oh, you know, I think it would be so cute. Oh, the way your animals come at you and they all want to sit at, you know, and I think it's so cute. I wish one of them would do it to me." And I'm like, yeah, it's cute, you know, and it's fun. But when you got a bunch of them and they won't leave you alone, it can become really, you know, annoying at times, you know. And I said, be careful what you wish for, because it'll come true to you one day. And now that's the way our cat is with my wife. It follows my wife everywhere. When my wife sleeps, it lays on top of her, literally, you know. If she gets up at night to go to the bathroom, the cat follows her. If she goes in the other room, the cat follows her. If she sits on the couch the cat sits on her, you know. So, yeah, it depends on the cat, you know.
Yeah. I wanted to tell you something, Paul. Uh-oh. Remember last night when you were talking about, or the last time we had to hang out, I should say, that you were talking about PW Swivel? Yeah. He just so happened to comment in the comment section of the hangout right after we canceled everything out for the night. Oh, that figures. Yeah. Yeah, I no more and shut it down, and then I'd say about 5 minutes later he shut it down. Or 5 minutes later after I shut it down, he commented. So it's pretty close. We almost caught him. Yeah.
Maybe next time.
Yeah. I saw a glimpse of your video today, Secular Lobster. I haven't had a chance to take a look at it yet.
Oh, the one with Agent of Doubt and Jenny McNurbit.
Yeah, I saw Jenny's face on it.
Yeah, I had fun with that.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I get Agent of Doubt. I've been subscribed to him for years. I don't really watch a lot of it because I know he does the weekly flag videos and he talks a lot and stuff. And I like him. And there's sometimes I'll kind of watch some of his stuff, you know. But
if you watch
I've just always subscribed to him. I get a lot of other people's drama, so I didn't even know about the whole Jenny McDermott thing, really. And then I just saw this video, and I was like, oh, this looks like something I can have fun with. And
if you watch Thunderfoot's newest video he put up today, Thunderfoot gave Agent of Doubt a shout out.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really watched his videos in years. You know, since he got into the whole feminist thing and stuff like that, I pretty much dropped pretty much everybody that gets into that argument too much because it's kind of stupid as far as I'm concerned. It's one of those us against them things, and you know.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just funny, I think, to just watch some of the drama videos that go back and forth. You know, it's hilarious how serious some of these people take this shit.
So, what you been up to, Secular Lobster, besides making videos?
Oh, well, I made the two about Rob Beasley.
Yeah.
And then I thought that was funny because I made it, but yeah, I went, my wife went to the casino today with her mom and won a bunch of money. So, I mean, $1,200. I mean, I was like, wow. So, went out and had a steak and a few drinks and,
Oh, wow.
yeah, and, came home and, figured it's about time for the Quiet Atheist show and,
I know,
so,
God
yeah.
damn it! I've been thinking to just recall it. Instead of putting random titles and shit on my Hangouts, I was thinking of bringing back the Quiet Atheist Show as a title.
Yeah, just, it's simple, it's quiet. I mean, people know what your hangouts are. People know you enough that, if you have a hangout, I mean,
Yeah.
because sometimes the thing about the hangout really doesn't show. I don't get like an invite or I don't check my mail or something, and all I see is a name of something, but it doesn't have I can't really tell what it is. It's like, is he like this video or is he sharing a video?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the way that fucking YouTube has it now, I can't invite people like I used to. I don't know why. It's just that they're changing shit up all the fucking time, and fucking I can't do the things that I used to do, which pissed me off a little bit. But what can I say?
What I was thinking about doing whenever I do my hangout, I don't know, is making like a 30-second video saying, "Hey, it's me, blah blah blah. I'm gonna have a video, hang out at a certain time, go to my page." Or whatever, and I whoever follows me, and I'll pop it onto Google, and whoever follows me or subscribes will see it, and then they can go to my page. I guess I don't know.
Well, yeah, I was thinking of doing that too. So you know what I mean? Instead of having random hangouts all the fucking time.
Well, see, that's why I wanted to have a hangout with somebody so I could figure, because I don't know what happens when I have the controls, like how to invite people, how to send a link, things like that. So I wanted to have a hangout with somebody so they could explain that to me, because like you said earlier, you like to do things by repetition. Well, that's pretty much how I learned too. So.
Oh yeah, and now I'm basically relearning the hangouts because now that Google or YouTube is changing, I have to adjust it just a little bit. I have to relearn a couple of things. And it's basically a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, I never learned all that shit anyway. So.
Yeah. So what you have planned for the upcoming days, Paul?
Not really much. The survival.
Yeah.
There's a picture of the guy before, I told you about. And like I say, I was earlier this year.
That's cute.
Yeah, I'll show you. What the heck date? I'm looking for the date on this file. Okay, that's August 4th. Right? And now here he is. I'll put him up today. Where am I? I got so many damn windows open.
When you were talking about the zoos earlier and stuff, when I was a kid, we lived in San Diego for a few years. We used to go to the San Diego Zoo all the time because kids under 13 for years, kids under 13 or something like that were free, and I think adults were $2. It was really cheap. Plus, my mother used to get the zoo passes all the time, and I mean that's it's a famous zoo, and in the summertime we used to go to this thing called Zoo Summer School for 3 weeks. And we would go there at 8:30 in the morning. And you'd have classes about certain animals, and we'd go out and they'd talk about the animals, and we'd walk around the zoo and stuff. And I remember this teacher that I had. We were learning about gorillas and primates and all that crap. And they had this one gorilla at the San Diego Zoo. And this is the first time I ever heard about gorillas throwing their poop. You know, he told us. He said, "Look," he says, "when we go over by this cage, he says, don't stand, or the gorilla enclosure. He says, don't stand near me, right?" And he said, because every time this gorilla's name was Theodore, apparently. Every time Theodore would see this man, he would shit in his hand or just pick up shit and start throwing it at him, right? And this old guy, he had been at the zoo doing this stuff for like 20 years and stuff. And for some reason, this gorilla hated this teacher, right? This guy, he was a zoologist. And it was funny as shit, man, because I remember we walked there, and right before he started talking, man, all of a sudden you see this gorilla just start flinging shit, right, across the enclosure at our teacher. But yeah, that was a great zoo. We used to go there a lot.
God damn it, Patrick! What are you doing teaching those gorillas that shit?
I just, and when you're a kid too, man, it's just the funniest thing, We were telling everybody, man. Yeah, we saw the fucking gorilla throwing shit, man. But we used to go to the Los Angeles Zoo too. They had a really good, not as good as the San Diego Zoo, but they've got a zoo out here in Providence called the Roger Williams. Roger Williams basically founded Rhode Island in a lot of ways, but they have the Roger Williams Zoo that's supposed to be pretty good. Not world famous or anything. I haven't been there yet. We're gonna go, but
Yeah.
I just want to see the sloths, man. Serious, man. That's my weakness. I used to tell people, right? You could always tell, like on Google, like when people post music videos or something like that, and things that they like and stuff. I used to tell people, I'd say, when I start posting like baby sloth videos and stuff on Facebook and Google and stuff, usually that's when I'm kind of like depressed and stuff, and I want something to cheer me up. I told a few people in the past, I said, whenever I'm doing that, man, I'm kind of depressed, and then they'll like call me and go, "Are you feeling okay? I saw the sloth videos," But no, it's just something that I don't know. It's just something about those things, just
Yeah.
And I'm not a softy guy. I mean, But yeah, there's always that one thing that gets you, and that's, for me, it's sloths.
To the viewers out there, if anybody wants to come in, the link is in the description. Don't be fucking shy.
You have to bring coffee, though. Okay, you have to bring enough for everybody.
Yep. There's got to be enough for everybody.
Oh yeah.
My my son brought me a good drink home from his work the other day. It's called a frappe from McDonald's, I guess.
Yeah.
And it actually tasted pretty good.
Oh yeah, I like those McDonald's coffee drinks, but I still I still prefer, if I'm doing something, that I go to the Dunkin' Donuts, because it's, to me, I don't know, it's still McDonald's, and I don't know.
Mr. Jeff?
Hi, can you hear me?
How's it going?
Here we go.
Oh, I know who that is.
Hi.
Mr. Rant with Jeff.
Yes, sir. Hello.
What's your
How's it
favorite
going?
coffee drink and why, Rant with Jeff?
What's that? What's that, sir?
What's your favorite coffee drink and why? Go.
My favorite coffee drink is coffee, preferably free.
Yeah, that pretty much works for me, man.
Kind of like my beer. If it's cold and free, I'll take it.
Cold and free.
Yeah.
Almost like my ex-wife.
Well, You know, every time I play Monopoly and land on Community Chest, I always think of my first wife. You know.
Do not pass. Go directly to jail.
And Community Chest.
Community Chest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I've got some ex-wife stories for you. I gotta tell you. I got ex-mother-in-law stories too.
You better be careful with those stories there, Secular Lobster, because I'll have a bunch of feminists coming to my channel.
Oh God, please no feminist. Oh, no.
Between that and Black Lives Matter and what's racist and what's not racist anymore, and then the feminists, man, I'm so burned out on all that crap. You know, I really am, because it's like, to me, so much of this came from the fact that there are no good, entertaining creationist fundies like the Venom Fang X of the old days, or all the good. You know, now you just got these wackos out there, you know, that people can have fun with, you know. But back when it was Christians versus the atheists and stuff, back in the good old, like 5-6 years ago, it was the golden times. It was right before I had my channel, but you know, I used to watch so much of the shit that used to go on, and like when Brett Keane and Amazing Atheist, when they were friends, you know, right in the beginning, I used to watch all that drama with, you know, and it's just not there anymore. And now you got a bunch of people that like to debate things and like to discuss things, so they just go at each other's throats on somebody makes a comment, right, and somebody just starts. That's why that thing with Jenny, that shit between Jenny McDermott and Agent of Doubt, I made that video today, you know, about all that screaming, and threw a little Von Helton crap in there and other shit, because I think that shit is just so fucking funny, how so many people just turn this shit into. It's entertaining to me. It really is, you know, and that's why I do videos like that, you know, because I don't attack people. You know, I just see stuff that's just goofy as shit, then I make a video about it, you know, whether it's G-Man or Agent of Doubt and Jenny McDermott, or Rob Beasley, which that's just easy to do, you know. But
Rob Beasley, he's oh Jesus.
Yeah.
Rob Beasley would come into your house and tell you, I'm going to tell you how to run your house. And
yeah, you hear the one now.
You have an ego problem.
Yeah, I got a wife. I got a lovely wife. Her name's Sharon, but she's a bitch because she you know, I got that on my hard drive. I'm still gonna have fun with that video.
Oh my God.
Asking to see Fiction Fighter's tits completely and everything. I think the man sits around with his pants around his ankles on the internet and jerks off. You know.
Speaking of Fiction Fighter, I think we need to have Fiction Fighter on here to cheer good old Paul up.
Well,
you hear me, Paul?
I hear you, but I don't know who you're referring to.
Fiction Fighter. You know the two women that I always have on here, either Fiction Fighter or Raven?
Oh, okay, Raven, yeah.
Yeah.
Just get Paul a little liquored up and he'll be fine. You know.
That's what?
Just get Paul a little liquored up and he'll be fine. You know, I'm just kidding. You know, I don't know if you drink or not. You know.
Well, there was a beer in here, but it disappeared.
Mine's empty as well. How the hell that happened?
I had a few. I had a few drinks. I had a few drinks today with a big fucking ribeye steak, man.
Oh God, man, you should go vegan. Kidding?
Oh, are you serious?
Kidding.
Fuck that. Holy crap.
My philosophy is eat it before it eats you.
Thank you.
No, I want to be buried with a 10-pound slab of fucking bacon, man. You know.
I mean, yeah,
you hear that story recently about bacon and hot dogs and processed meat and stuff causes cancer? It's like, yeah, it's like, suck my dick. You know, you're going to really, you know.
I remember a time that when you went outside in the sun, that was actually a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, hey, go play in the sunshine. It's great. Now the sun will kill you. Eggs will kill you. Water will kill you.
Yeah.
Fuck, you're gonna die anyway.
Green M&Ms. Yeah.
Green M&Ms. Death.
I still remember years ago in the late 60s, they had the first soft drink sweetener, artificial sweetener that I heard of. There was a soft drink called Fresca, right? And when it first came out, it was a popular drink. It tasted good. It had cyclamates in it, right? And we used to drink the fuck out of that stuff. It was really good. And then they took cyclamates out of it, and Fresca sucks now. But they were saying that it caused cancer. And even back in like 1969 or 1970 when this came out, right? They even came out back then that said in order for you to get any issues with this is you'd have the amount of soda of Frescas that you would have to drink was like 500 cans a day for like 6 months or something.
I get that shit on Facebook all the time. You know, this is going to cause cancer, but but you have to drink like Niagara Falls full of it.
Yeah, and if you drink that much soda, you know, in 6 months, you know, a day, you deserve to get sick. You know, exactly. you deserve to have some really major fucking health issues.
How much a day?
It was like, oh God, it was a few hundred cans a day at least, Paul.
The water itself would kill you.
Yeah, you know, and that's the amount, and so
you can drink too much water, it will kill you. That much water would kill you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but yeah, when they say, sure, you know, this'll, but you know, how much do you have to fucking eat? You know, I mean, I love cheeseburgers. I love big fucking fat bacon double cheeseburgers, right? You know, but if I eat a whole bunch of them every day, you know, I'm gonna get diabetes, you know, and a heart condition and stuff probably. You know, and if I keep eating,
it's the goddamn food Nazis, man. I'm not going to say where, but I have had people tell me, you know, I get like fries and I take the salt package, like 1 salt, 2 salt, 3 salt, and I've had people actually tell me, don't you know that's too much salt? I'm like,
fuck you. You're not eating it. Yeah.
I hate that. It's like, fuck off.
I have signature Nazis because every time I post, I usually space some and I put Paul. And I have people, you know, you don't have to write your name.
Oh, Jesus. God. Fuck me.
That's nice. That makes me want to, so I do it all the time now. Because because I was on forums, I would always do that. Put, you know, Paul. And, you know, that's.
Sir, you really want to screw with people with like the food Nazis? Sometimes I do this just for shits and giggles. I'll get like 10 packets of salt and just dump the shit on my fries. Never eat one of them, but the looks like it's like.
Yeah.
Just.
You know, I had a doctor one time. Having high blood pressure, I get a lot of stuff from my doctor about you should cut down on salt and stuff, and they pretty much leave me alone because my blood pressure's down, and I still eat salt. You know, I like fries and I like salt on my food. Salt is the electricity of food. I learned that in culinary school, right? But they still try to tell you, you know, that, well, if you eat this, you know, this guy's like, first they go, well, you need to eat vegetables, right? Well, you get like canned vegetables or frozen vegetables. Sometimes you buy fresh vegetables, you know, and stuff, but you can't always do that. And they go, well, if you eat canned vegetables, that's got all that salt in it. And even if you get the no salt added, it's got all that sodium in it. And if you eat frozen vegetables, look at all that, you know, you have to, it's like, shut the fuck up, man. You know? And I'm like, look, dude, I like pizza. I like cheesesteaks. You know, I like big fucking bacon double cheeseburger. And I eat healthy sometimes. Sometimes I like salads and stuff. But if I want to eat something, you know, dude, look, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna eat it. You know, I mean, I'm not dying. I have high blood pressure. That's it. You know, I mean, you guys have checked me and all this crap. You know, it's under control. You know, so stop telling me God, it's annoying.
There is no common sense in this country anymore. Common sense, logic, and reason has left the fucking building. Everybody, you know, what are we, $19 trillion in debt? And I'm supposed to trust an entity that is $19 trillion in debt to tell me how to eat my fucking lunch?
Look, I got to tell you this. The thing that really, the thing that set me off the most, when my wife's grandmother, sweet woman, right, was in the nursing home, right? She wasn't coming home. She was an Italian woman, very hard-headed and stuff. Well, Mary liked her chocolate, right? Mary loved her chocolate, right? And if Mary didn't have chocolate, Mary would get pissed, right? But they would be going, oh, well, you know, we've got to make sure you don't get diabetes. We've got to keep your diet right and all this stuff.
Wow.
And I'm like, look, dude, and I'm like, look, dude, she's in the home. She's not coming home. She's not getting better. It's not like, oh, we can't wait for grandma to come home. She wants some motherfucking chocolate. That's what's going to calm the woman down. For fuck's sake, give her some fucking chocolate. She actually snuck out and went to the store and bought like $200 worth of chocolate and had it hidden all over her room. And, oh, my God, I thought that was just wonderful. But everybody, all these people at the were, like, freaking out. And they're like, oh, we can't give Mary chocolate. And I'm like, give the woman some chocolate, man.
It's like you got 3 days to live, and you say, I want to smoke a cigarette. No, can't do that. That's not healthy for you.
Yeah. Gonna fucking die anyway. Might as well get a head start.
With the salt thing, anyway, it doesn't affect all people the same way anyway. It's 25% or less that people cutting back on a lot of salt does anything.
Yeah, a lot of it's genetics.
Yeah, and I'm on prescription for high blood pressure, but not because of that. It's to keep my heart rate low.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not against being healthy is fine. I mean, I quit smoking. I hadn't smoked besides this thing. But I mean, do we really need everybody telling you can't eat this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that? It's like I do what I want to. If I drop dead tomorrow, that's my business.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally agree.
It boggles my mind.
I remember the last good meal I had. It was a 32-ounce porterhouse.
Oh man, you know what? I hadn't had a nice steak in a long time, and when I took that first bite today of that ribeye, man, I think there was like this tear that was coming down my eye.
That's because you're a misogynist, though. You hate women. That's why.
Well, yeah.
That's why I eat baby back ribs.
That's why I eat babies.
Well, yeah, but baby back ribs, the reason I eat them so they can't make any more women.
Exactly. Wow.
You know, if you take the ribs out of the baby first, then they don't squirm around so much, and it's easier to put them in the pot to steam them or boil them.
And the meat comes off so quicker.
Absolutely, it makes for good pulled baby sandwiches.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
The best stuff
I'm getting ready to go to Outback and get some ribs. They got good ribs.
The man's got to go to Australia to get some good goddamn ribs.
No. We have Outbacks here now.
America's dead.
We're civilized now. We have Outbacks here.
We're civilized.
When I lived out in the country in Oregon, my wife bought me, when we got married, she bought me this big smoker. I used to just go out and buy big fucking pieces of meat and like ribs and stuff and just like smoke the fuck out of meat, right? And you know, I throw it, you know, as long as the coals and the wood were still hot and smoking, fuck, there were times I would actually go to the store to buy more stuff. Right? Oh. And that's why, and living out in Rhode Island now in a third-floor apartment, I can't have a grill, you know.
Wait a minute, you're a Yankee?
Well, I live in Rhode Island.
I'm kidding.
No, I'm actually from nowhere.
Same here. I'm from Mississippi. Might as well be nowhere.
No. Mr. Mississippi, you go to Europe, you're a Yankee.
No, look, I've told people, Jeff, I've lived all around the country. My father was in the Navy growing up, right? So I was born and raised in Southern California pretty much, but we lived up and down the West Coast. We never lived anywhere for more than like a year and a half, so we just bounced around. So if I tell people I'm from Southern California, they go, "Oh, really? So am I. Do you know where such and such is?" I'm like, "Well, I haven't been there since I was 9, right?" And same with like in different places. So I've lived. I don't really have a hometown. I'm not from really anywhere.
No, I don't care.
Yeah, no, that's why I say I'm a guy from nowhere. But I've lived a lot of places and stuff. And I lived in North Carolina for a while, and I was the Yankee. And I knew what it was like almost.
I like Yankees, even though even though you guys kicked our asses in the war. South will rise again, you sons of bitches.
Do you know where all the nuclear missiles are?
I can't even spell nuclear.
Okay, that's okay. But you know where all the missiles are? They're all up north.
Right down the street from me. They're
all north. And we tell you they're pointed towards Russia.
Fuck.
No, see the thing. When I first moved to Maryland, right? Long story about that, but back in like beginning of '86, right? And I met this girl and stuff, and I moved down to North Carolina, right outside of Raleigh, and this little town. And there were some people that were nice, but at the local IGA, there were also people, if they were working, that would refuse me service. There was one guy at the one gas station in town that wouldn't wait on me. I was told to get my Yankee ass at it. That's okay. I was dating and living with this girl. Her ex-husband's best friend was the chief of police in this little town, right? And one night when she was at work, she worked at this clothing store right outside of Raleigh. They thought it would be really funny to come to the house, right, and basically beat the shit out of me, hog-tie me, and take me to the edge of town, right, and tell me never to show my Yankee ass back again, right? But yeah, there were some really nice people there. I met some really beautiful people, but I met some people that were. I had some of the best moonshine I ever had in my life down there.
Jesus Christ, come down to Biloxi, Mississippi, man. We don't care where you're from.
But there was, there were times where I actually, like, let's put it this way: the local Little League field, right, which was like a big thing there, right? I remember we went there because a friend of my girlfriend's daughter was playing in this game, right? And everybody in town, everybody sitting on each side for rooting for the team. When we sat on one side, there was about a whole bunch of people that got up and moved to the other side of the field and sat in the other because there was a Yankee there, right?
Wow.
And so yeah,
it's called soap and water.
Yeah, but I got to tell you a funny thing too. I had my education about the Civil War. I worked for this because living in Southern California, we Civil War, and trust me, I love the Civil War stuff, right? I lived in Maryland. I've been to Gettysburg millions of times. I've been to Antietam. I've been to Chancellorsville, all the stuff in Northern Virginia. But anyway, my first real education with it, right down the street, I worked at a furniture company right down the street from the state capitol in Raleigh, right? And I worked for this furniture company. I delivered furniture. I repoed furniture. You know, did a lot of things. And this one day, it was in the middle of August. It was this hot fucking day. And we're unloading these 2 tractor trailer fulls of sofa beds, right? And it's heavy. It's hot. And down the street, they're having one of these, I don't know, Sons of the Confederacy things going on, and they got these bugles blaring, they got these cannons shooting off. I'm not in a good mood. I got kind of a hangover and shit. So finally I yell out, and I'm just pissed off. You know, I'm like, what do you want to do? Start another war and get your ass kicked again? And my boss pulled me inside the building.
You must be out your fucking mind.
Well, in a very polite way, because he liked me, you know. He goes, you know, Pat, he goes, I like you, boy, but, you know, He goes, for the Yankees, he says, you know, you're a good boy. He says, but let me tell you something. He goes, if you ever open your motherfucking mouth like that again, he says, we will kill you.
Oh
right?
my God!
And I was like, holy shit!
Oh Jesus!
So yeah.
Wow. God damn.
But yeah, I learned too. You can get some people, right, and they're like really cool people, and then when they start drinking some liquor, right, especially when they start drinking moonshine and shit, man, motherfuckers start singing Dixie, you know.
Shit, I sing Dixie sober.
Right? No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
Hey.
They start talking about the war and everything,
they never
right?
been in, that they never, you know. That,
yeah, and it gets really fucking weird sometimes, man.
it's like the Irish and the Catholic thing or whatever, you know.
Yeah, pretty much. And it was some of the most bizarre, weird, hee-haw looking shit sometimes. You know, yeah.
That's why I get a kick out of, you know, people, you know, it's down here, and I get a kick out of this. Just like, you motherfuckers wonder why people talk about rednecks. Look at your motherfucking self and the shit you say.
Look, I get criticized this for a lot for saying this, and I don't mean this because I you know, like the way some people think I mean this, but I think there are stereotypes for a reason. I think there's a reason some stereotypes are true. Sure. It's not because it's observations that people make. Absolutely. I'm not saying it like stereotypes like all Mexicans are lazy or this or that or something. You know, that's, you know, but when you see things.
I'm the first son of a bitch to say, as a southerner down here in Biloxi, Mississippi, if you went in to get brain surgery and your doctor came in and said, all right, Bubba, could you pass me knife number 4? What did get that one right there? Because we got to go in the Blaga do. What's that textbook say? Yeah, that scared the living fuck out of me, and I live here. Yeah. It's stereotypes. They have a reason to be alive.
Yeah. It's
like if I had
in
some goddamn Yankee say, "Oh, we get to operate on that boy today." Fuck me up.
Well,
and in the operating room, they have a fucking barbecue grill going with a cooler full of beer.
Rebel flag in the background. Say, hey, we got a Yankee, goddammit. That fucking
You hear about the bomb today in Walmart?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Oh, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
The news here never said what kind of a bomb it was. Like it matters, but.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
You know, and that's, you know, when people take it like I get, you know, like the heritage thing, right? Like with the Confederate flag, you know, I understand that, you know, good old boys in Alabama or Mississippi, when you guys go mudding and stuff, and the girls got the Confederate flag bikini on, and you got the Confederate flag on your truck and everything.
Jesus, I just had one.
Yeah, but you're not sitting there going, you know, you're not going like, oh, gee, man, those darkies, man, you know, it's not, you know, but
we do have them here, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But if you take that flag and you put it in another context, like with the KKK, then you have an issue with it and stuff. But to me, it's all the whole context thing, you know.
It's how you. Hitler used the Nazi symbol as evil, and the Nazi symbol was used.
Yeah, that was a peaceful. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing was that the flag wasn't really made a big deal of again until civil rights action started happening. Then
that is true. Yeah.
That's when they brought it back out again.
Yeah.
Not that it wasn't there, it's just that they didn't make a big deal of it.
Right.
And then with the civil rights thing, because I'm back, I'm old enough to remember that little change going on. I can never watch the news. Every so often you hear about some lynching.
Yeah.
And I can remember those, I don't know, what they called the freedom fighters, whatever, that the guys were going down there for voting rights and stuff, and
oh, yeah.
They disappeared, and they found later the whole car and them inside it buried.
Well, there was a time here not long ago that black people couldn't go down to the damn beach.
Well, we had one of our atheist meetings down in Florida, And that's the next. I'll have to look for it, but I have the picture of the sign. That was the colored beach.
Yeah. Yep.
When I first moved to Oregon, okay, back in the end of '99, okay, I was told, and you could tell there were only 2 black people in Grants Pass where I lived. Okay, there used to be a sign, actually up until 1985 or something. They finally took it down, but there was a sign in town where it was actually illegal up until like 1975 for black people to go across the railroad tracks in Grants Pass. And people would let you know. That was one of the first things everybody seemed to tell me when I moved there, you know, and it was like really weird, and I'm like, wow, this isn't where you'd expect to see that, you know, and it was like when I saw a few like black people like kind of move in eventually over the years and stuff. At first, it was almost like a novelty. You'd be like, oh my God, I saw a black person today. That's how
I saw one of them.
Yeah, and that's almost as infrequent as you saw it and stuff, you know. And people would go, yeah, I remember back in the '70s, man, it was still against the law for, you know. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's not something I would go around telling people, you know. I mean, yeah, I've seen places where it's still it has happened. When I was in Louisiana in the Army. There was a town up not too far from Fort Polk.
Thanks for serving, by the way.
Huh?
Thank you for serving, by the way.
Oh, okay. Anyway, there was this town. I had a friend that was from Louisiana, and he took me home one time. He was going to give me some good. I like soul food, right? And but I don't like chitlins.
Oh, chitlins are horrible.
Yeah. Anyway, his mother was going to cook chitlins, and I tasted them, didn't like them, but the rest of the food was great. Well, anyway, coming back, we needed to get gas, and the name of this, I think it was DeRitter. I forgot the name of the town actually, but this was a town that black people, even in the military, kind of knew. It wasn't like officially off limits, but you kind of knew you didn't go there. And we pulled into this gas station because this guy this friend of mine had a sense of humor, right? And he's black. So we pull into this gas station, right? And this guy walks up to the car and he's like looking in the window, right? And the guy wouldn't say nothing. And my buddy says, yeah, we'd like to get $20 worth of gas. And the guy, I swear to God, says, nigger, you don't want a motherfucking thing, right? And I'm just, the blood rushed from my head, right? Wow. And I'm thinking, we're going to die, right? And then he hit the gas and we drove off. He's laughing his ass off the entire time, right? And he goes, yeah, I do that every time I come driving through here. You know? But I was like, fuck you, man, you know?
Don't do that again to the white guy.
Yeah, you know?
You're scaring the white guy to death.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've heard the stories like Paul was saying about people being found dead and burned in a car, you know, and stuff. And sure, I got nothing against it, but I don't want to die, you know.
Yeah, there's the plaque that's at the beach.
Yeah.
It's bad, but I mean, you know, it gets to the point that people will scream racism, and I get to the point like, well, people will hear me talk, and you know, when I say I'm from some people, when I say I'm from Biloxi, Mississippi, it's automatically, well, you're white, you're from Biloxi, you must be a racist.
Well, yeah.
And it's like, wow, you know, you're doing the same thing to me that you just did to somebody else. You know, you don't label somebody just from where they live or who they are. It's a mess. The world is corrupt.
I blame Jeff Foxworthy.
Here's your sign.
No, that was Bill Engvall.
Yeah,
Jeff Foxworthy was you're a redneck if, you know, or whatever.
Can't take
You might be a redneck if you have a set of salad bowls that say Cool Whip on the side.
Hey, I've had those, man.
So much.
They make good cereal bowls too, man.
I got a better picture coming up. This hang in there, but trying to find out which ones looks the best. I guess maybe the last one.
Well, you got another picture of a large animal with a huge penis.
No. This
So what were you guys talking about squirrels earlier? That originally brought me into this hangout, by the
way. No, on my Facebook page I have the local Yoko squirrels.
Yeah, I just expound.
Well, you thinking lunch or something? I mean, what?
No, I just heard you guys talking about squirrels. It just happened to be one of my favorite animals in the world.
Well, I'll get my picture up a little later, but I think you want to see this picture first.
I've eaten a squirrel once.
So have I.
Oh, that's a nice picture.
Oh, doesn't look like a squirrel. That looks like a kitty.
Looks like a squirrel to me.
There you go, buddy. That's what I'm talking about.
Could be.
With
them flippers, looks like it might be a duck-billed platypus.
Got to love them platypuses.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
you might be a redneck if you think loading the dishwasher means getting your wife drunk.
Oh yeah.
Well,
That's not how you do it? Oh, no wonder I'm divorced.
You might be a redneck if you cut your grass and found a car.
You might be a redneck if your front porch falls in and kills 10 dogs.
Hey, you're talking about mowing the lawn and finding a car. I didn't do that, but there was this part of my yard I had years ago that the grass used to get really high really fast. I threw pumpkin seeds out there one year, and when I went out with this big lawnmower brush cutter thing, right, I had forgot, right, that I had thrown I didn't even think about it. The grass was so high I really hadn't noticed. Well, I'm out there whacking the fucking grass down and everything, and the next thing I know, man, I'm hitting this boom, boom, right, and I'm like beating the shit out of a bunch of pumpkins that grew that I never fucking realized I had. So then I had pumpkin all over the fucking place. And you got to clean it up, or else you're going to have more pumpkins next year.
Wow.
So there's your squirrel.
Oh, that's cute.
We have a squirrel. I got a tree right outside my window here, and my landlord just doesn't have this thing about trimming it and everything. So I have to open the window sometimes and break branches off so they don't come into my house. But we have a squirrel sometimes. All of a sudden, you look at the window, and there's a squirrel looking in our window, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, hey man, what are you doing? You watching porn? Or
Squirrel porn.
Hey, you got the game on, man.
Squirrel porn. What the fuck is that?
Can't tell you. I have to kill you. Top secret.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Gotta watch your nuts.
Bingo. Who said that?
Not me.
You did good, sir.
Some guy with a squirrel.
Well, squirrels are nice. I like squirrels. God damn.
Oh yeah. We used to have these big steroid squirrels, man. It used to drive my dogs nuts because we had a walnut tree in our yard and right out my front porch. And the squirrels, they had this assembly line. Right, there was 10 of them that used to run across the street, grab nuts, and I'm serious. It was funny as shit every year when they would do this, and it would drive my dogs nuts. And my cats would be going crazy and shit, and the squirrels would be flipping them off, grabbing the fucking nuts and shit, man. I used to it was the funniest shit I would see, man.
I raised one of those little tree rat bastards from a baby. That damn squirrel, when I got it, was just nothing. I brought that son of a bitch to work with me in a Crown Royal bag every day. And that little motherfucker was just like a dog.
Yeah.
It was the best pet I ever had, except for my ex-wife. She was better.
Not going there.
I don't know, man. What would that squirrel do for you on a dark and lonely night?
Put me in places my ex-wife wouldn't. Thank you.
Well, absolutely then. So that's subjective on who was, more fun,
And it looked better than Jenny McDermott, by the way.
You guys are some nasty motherfuckers having affairs with fucking squirrels.
Quiet.
Hey, man,
Shut up.
don't judge, man.
Yeah,
you
you
know?
judgmental bastard.
I know, man. We're in a world of diversity and acceptance, man.
Exactly. God damn.
I mean, they've legalized gay marriage, so now we're, according to the right wing, we are free to start loving turtles and animals and
No,
parrots.
turtles bite.
I was gonna say.
Not that I know. Not that I know.
I was gonna say, don't start with that Christian fundamentalist bullshit.
Yeah.
That's right. When two people love each other, that leads to bestiality.
Yeah. It's gonna. Oh, I heard another one too. Somebody was yelling that now that gay marriage is legal, that people are going to start demanding that outlawing clothes.
What?
Right? Yeah. That now they're going to start demanding people run around naked. Right? That they're going to outlaw clothes. I'm like, where the fuck do you guys come? Do these people have writers?
Speaking. Go ahead, finish, and then I'll
some of the weird batshit crazy stuff that they come up with, right? You kind of gotta wonder, man. Do these people have like a bunch of writers to go, hey, okay, look, man, we got away with this one last week. Let's pull this one out and see what kind of reaction we get. Kind of like writers for the Conan show or something. Because it's just so nutty. Some of the crap that gay marriage is legal now, so people are going to start having sex with, dogs and cats and,
lions, tigers, and bears.
Well, the thing is, they're so worried about gay marriage and stuff like that, but, there's still, 9 states in this country where it's not illegal, technically, to have sex with your dog, or an animal.
Well, shit, when people start bitching about gay marriage, and I don't understand. I don't care what people do.
Yeah.
I don't understand homosexuality. I mean, because I like women.
Right.
Perfect,
Right.
Russian, beautiful women. But I don't care because I can come back and say, well, how many people in your church are divorced? And they'll tell me, well, that's different. I say, why is it different?
Well, that's a forgivable sin by our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
And the biggest lie of it all is that this. I have yet to have one of these people point out anything in the Bible that says marriage is only between a man and a woman.
Oh yeah, but how many people in the Bible, the prophets, they were married to like 100 women?
No, marriage.
And concubines. Don't forget those concubines.
Right.
But all of a sudden, it's one man and one woman, and I say, where in the Bible? Show me. And then I get kicked out of the room.
Yeah.
And I hate Jesus, and I hate God, and I'm killing babies. I'm like, no.
Yeah. Marriage is between a man and a woman 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 and all the concubines in the back room.
Exactly.
Good old King.
Marriage, real quick, Clyde. Marriage at one time was an arrangement between families.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with love.
Good old King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
700 wives. But remember, it's between one man and one woman.
Yeah.
And don't forget about that one-legged hooker, man. That's got, a big fucking nose and a wart.
Wow.
Oh, I wanted to say something else. What do you guys, I read the article yesterday. What do you guys think of Obama doing that executive order on eliminating background checks for jobs?
Eliminating background checks for what?
Jobs.
For what kind of jobs?
Like if you go to a restaurant and they do background checks, check your police record, whatever the case is. He signed an executive order. I think it was the day before yesterday or yesterday. I can't remember. But
his executive orders only can refer to any federal stuff.
Yeah.
What's that? Well, that's what the article says.
Well, I understand that.
To me, like background checks, to me, sure, you want to know if you've got a convicted felon working for you. Certain jobs, I think, require some sort of trust, so I think a background check would be necessary,
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, and I'd have to read it, you know, because
let me see if I can find an article for you guys while you talk.
because I mean, when I was in the Army, I mean, at one time, you know, I had a top secret clearance, right? Yeah. And when I left the military, I had to be debriefed on on certain things, right? Now a lot of stuff that I used to have is I was used to be privy to, you can find on YouTube, but
I'll be looking that up tomorrow.
Huh?
Nothing.
No, it was like chemical, nuclear, biological shit, right? And you know, the movies where they, you know, give like little goats and stuff like nerve agent gas to see how they react, and you know, there's some really fucking sick shit, you know, and this other thing, you know, chemicals and stuff, and they had to do a background check on me, and they did a thorough one. I mean, they had to know who they were dealing with, you know, who, you know, personality wise or something. I think not having background checks, you know, I mean, it's not like you're working at McDonald's, you know.
Okay, here, real quick. It says Obama bans this against ex-cons seeking federal jobs.
Oh, ex-cons.
Yes.
So it's easier. Okay, well, you know, and that all depends on, you know, like if somebody's a felon, right? What are you a felon for? You know what I mean? Did you murder somebody? Did you strong arm robbery? Armed robbery? You steal thing? You know what? Or was it like was it white collar crime? Was it, you know, were you a pot dealer?
Could be how much money you stole too.
Yeah, you know, it could be so. Yeah, I don't know. You need to know.
The only executive orders he can make, executive orders only pertain to federal.
Right.
And like I say, and you have to look into the whole thing because that's just the headlines. Seeking federal jobs. Now you can have a lot of people, like you know, that had done something wrong, but it wasn't horrible. You know, he smoked weed.
God, you think about it, if we're gonna, you know, have background checks for people that want employment, let's do background people in the Congress.
Yeah.
Because if we did that, good Lord knows how many people would be. Oh, wow, he did that.
Look how many people are still in Congress, and the things that they've done have come out, and they're still real. You know. So yeah.
Hey, I don't. Again, I don't smoke marijuana. I tried it back in the '80s one time, but I didn't inhale. Bullshit.
Whatever.
I'd like to.
We're putting people in jail for marijuana, and
not much.
I'd like to state for the record that I do not condone in any way, shape, or form the use of any type of narcotics in any shape or form. So, yeah, just in case anybody's watching, I am not admitting to anything right now. Wait, hold on a minute. Oh, shit, I dropped my weed, man. Fuck, hold on.
Yeah, I know. My cocaine's on the floor, by the way. Son of a bitch. Oh, I'm not.
No,
damn.
I smoke pot, man. Fuck, man.
It's a plant.
I'm allowed to, but I don't right now.
It makes me happy. It helps me get through my day. When I don't have weed, I'm a cranky fucker. My wife likes it when I have some weed. I'm a lot easier to live with. It's just a fact of fucking life, you know.
So
and a happy wife is a good wife.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now you hear Ohio's talking about it.
Oh yeah,
talking about it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't Texas talking?
Yep. Ohio, a lot of states are. Massachusetts, right up the street from where I live. Rhode Island's even, you know. And the thing is, you know, people are noticing that the state of Colorado hasn't gone into disrepair. You know, they're actually getting a lot of fucking revenue, right? Crime has actually gone down, right? Violent crimes, things like that, has actually gone down. Money for education, you know, that's where the majority of that money goes, right? People don't mind spending it legally, you know. And other states are finding the same thing, you know, and other states are finally, you know, starting to think, well, okay, yeah, it's not so bad. The problem that's going to happen is when you get pulled over sometime, right, and you smoked a joint yesterday, right, and pot stays in your system a lot longer than anything else, right, and you get pulled over, right, and, you know, you're not smoking right now, you haven't smoked for a while, you know, but it's still in your system, you know, where does the whole legal limit go, and how do they get you for, you know?
Well, I don't know how the state's working that, but
Well, yeah,
sure it's in consideration.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the things that some states are struggling with now is you know, you can tell with alcohol, you know, right off the bat, right? I mean, if a cop pulls you over, right, and he can smell weed coming out of your car or smoke and it's, you know, shit like that, yeah, you're busted, right? But if they pull you over for something and they give you a sobriety test and they go, well, would you subject yourself to blood or urine, right? And they find out you have pot in your system, right?
Well,
is that the same as a DUI? You know,
wait, they can't do blood on the road.
Well, yeah, but they can still demand that test. You know, if they think they have
follow your ass off to a hospital in a heartbeat.
They gotta take you. They gotta take you, and I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that not happening in this state because, you know.
Yeah. Well, in some states it's happening. You know, they're having some issues with it and stuff. Yeah. What is that a picture of? Is that a goat or a pig?
Warthog.
A warthog. Okay.
Tastes like chicken.
No, I thought it was a warthog, but that's okay.
Is it a warthog?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. The first time I seen him, I've been going to the zoo quite often. It's the first time I seen him, and he was having a good old time flipping rocks over and stuff.
Can we make fun of feminists now?
Sure.
Cool. Just kidding. There's one there.
That pig? Oh, okay. Oh, boy. You know, when you got first world problems like men spreading, something needs to be reevaluated. There are real problems in this world outside the first world that need to be solved. And man spreading just somehow doesn't make it.
Or women in video games.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, you know, they portrayed horribly. Meanwhile, in Iraq or Afghanistan, a woman got stoned today for adultery.
Or any other freaking thing.
Big gripe is, oh, in video games you make this look bad. Fuck off. Jesus. It drives me nuts.
You know, when it comes to stuff like that, first of all, I'm not a gamer, okay? But I remember years ago when women were portrayed or females were portrayed in cartoons, or if you remember even the original Wonder Woman and stuff, people would go, you know, they should make women look more feminine, or, you know, or whatever, you know. So they start putting, you know, like, you know, some little detail on some animation or something that, you know, show the woman that has, you know, big boobs, you know, and has a shape, you know, and you know, is attractive, you know, I mean, and then it's subjecting women, you know, you're objectifying women and stuff, you know, and you know, first of all, if you're playing a warrior game like that, you know, who wants to fight with the ugly princess? You know, you know, you're. It's a game. It's like it's like a white knight thing. You're saving the princess type thing, right? Or you know, you're fighting. You know, it's like in those movies, you know, where the warrior chick, you know, she's not some fat dumpy broad, you know, frumpy looking, you know, short haired thing. She's usually some really hot chick that's going to sell tickets to the movie, and she's believable, she's athletic at least and stuff, you know, and yeah, people have a problem with that. I don't know.
Hey, what kills me about the feminists is, like, you know, we're not the victim, but constantly they play the victim card.
Yeah.
Well, I'm no, you know, the feminists, well, I'm not a victim of anything, I'm not a victim, but look at all these people attacking me.
Bring
I
back
get.
the draft.
I've been called. Huh?
Bring back the draft and draft everybody.
Oh.
Well,
when I was in, they didn't draft women, and I always complained about that. I said back then they want free, equal rights, which is what they should have. Draft them too.
Draft them too, yes, sir.
And then I get, well, not all women are, are big and can fight. I said, not all men are big and can fight.
Thank you. Here in Biloxi, we had this is a couple of years ago. Women were trying to join the fire department, and they could not lift the ladders. They could not lift the ladders up high enough. Let them pass anyway. I was like, and I said, well, I thought God damn it, you want equal treatment. And if you can't do and this is the way I was brought up, if you can't do the fucking job, don't apply for it. If you do apply for it and can't do it, you get pissed off when you get turned down for it.
Yeah.
So now, like me, if you have 115 pound, I'm a tiny son of a bitch. So if you have a 115 pound fucking woman trying to save your ass in a fire 6 stories up in a building, and she can't carry you down, how in the hell is that in any way logical that she should have that fucking job?
Yeah, everybody can simple.
As a response,
if they can do the job, they can have the job. Simple.
Yeah, bingo.
I would want, first of all, Ronda Rousey to rescue me, and then after she rescues me, I'd want her to beat the shit out of me, because I think I would really enjoy that.
Wow.
This man has problems.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. If you watch any of my videos, you can tell I have problems. If you spend over 5 minutes with me, you can tell I have problems.
Yeah,
I like to refer to them as issues, right?
Yeah, issues, not problems. Just issues. You have issues.
So issues become problems.
Well, no, and I'm doing something about it. The VA, my therapist at the VA has put me in a group at the PTSD clinic. It's called for interpersonal skills, and I'm trying to improve my interpersonal skills relationships.
God, he's grown a vagina. He's grown a fucking vagina. Oh my God. Kidding.
Oh no, it's but yeah, I have a history of it runs in my family. We're very sarcastic and blunt.
I love sarcasm and bluntness.
But when you're being sarcastic and blunt to some people, they take it certain ways at times, and so a lot of things that they're trying to teach me.
I'm changing my word.
Why don't you teach them how to? It's not that you're so sarcastic and blunt. Maybe they're just a bunch of pussies.
Secular law.
Yeah. What's that?
Guys, I found that article. It took some fucking digging. That's why it took me a while to come back. But it's in the side chat right now.
Yeah, what?
MSNBC.com. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, what about it?
Oh, is somebody going to read it for me?
No.
I'm a product of the 70s, man.
I can't watch MSNBC or Fox News.
And that's if I watch the news, the closest thing I can come to, I've seen part of. I think I've seen that article, but if I watch the news on TV, I try to if it's like world stuff, I try to go to CNN because at least they attempt to stay as what the fuck is that? Who is that?
Well, Royal 3, ladies and gentlemen, you're all about to die, and this is your final broadcast.
I'm just killing you now. It's an Amber Alert. Welcome.
Oh, but if you watch Fox, it's far right wing, and MSNBC. There's a show sometimes. A couple times I'll watch MSNBC for a couple of things sometimes, but for the most part, it's like you said, it's the complete opposite of Fox. It's the far left, and
I actually put a hammer through my TV one night, and I recorded it and put it up on YouTube. Sure did. I was like, Fox News, we're fair and balanced. MSNBC. I was like, really? I took the hammer, smashed the goddamn. It's brilliant. And did you know that the glass on a TV is very thick?
Yes. It's called a vacuum. It's a vacuum.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it kept cracking and cracking. And I was like, oh shit, what have I done? As it kept going crack, 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 crack. I was like, God damn, this is great video, but oh fuck me. The news today, in my opinion, is not news. It's the left. It's the opinion of the left or the opinion of the right. And I don't want their fucking opinions. I want the goddamn news.
Yeah. Just
resurrect Walter Cronkite. You'll get news.
Walter Cronkite. Oh my God. News. There it is. No bullshit.
All you need is some good objective news and be set. Everybody's got to be subjective on the fucking things they talk about in the news, man. I'm not interested in their opinions. I'm interested.
I don't want their
fucking
fucking opinion. Tell me the fucking news. Tell me what's going on. Give me the goddamn facts. And I don't care. You know, again, it goes back to MSNBC. President Obama is God. Fox News. President Obama is the Antichrist.
Fox News is editing everything out. They cherry pick through things too.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
I can't watch Fox News literally for more than 20, 30 seconds without catching them at a damn blatant lie.
All of them lie.
Yeah, but I mean blatant lies. I mean out and out. Because they leave out parts of stuff that somebody says.
They quote mine. They quote mine.
Right.
I'm just glad. I'm just sorry that the Sarah Palin channel is not up anymore, because she had so much to say.
Sarah Palin. Is that the what?
Why do you like killing nerve cells? Or brain cells, so you can get specific.
It's entertainment, man.
Oh, no, I can't do that. I'm sorry. No. It's like people say to me, "You ought to go to the Creation Museum." I says, "No."
Paul.
I'll be thrown out of there so quickly.
Oh, jeez. People with class are coming in the room now.
Paul, there's a surprise in here for you.
Hey, Paul.
Hello. How you doing, Peter?
I had to come and save you from these guys.
It's not too bad today. They're only crazy.
I tell you, PW,
okay.
Paul and I, PW, have been talking about you the past couple of days.
Yeah, we've been talking behind your back, in front of you. Yeah.
I occasionally lose my voice. Well,
yeah.
I lose my voice occasionally.
Stop screaming.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is for racists like me, you know.
Racist.
I thought I was a racist. I'm from Mississippi.
No. All you gotta do is put out one video about Black Lives Matter, and people will be personally messaging you about your racism.
Oh, you motherfuckers is racist, man. What the fuck is you talking about? Hey, are you white burgers talking about this shit? Oh, you motherfuckers, man. I'm going to report you. I'm going to report you to the NAACPs.
Well,
the verification of the situation that I'm procrastinating about right now in this particular moment of situations, I'm saying to you, and the racism that is spewing from the lips of Satan's tongue.
Whatever he's taking, can I have some, please?
No, I want it all. Son of a bitch.
You old motherfucking racist, man. Shit.
The situation of the naturalization of the organization down here in Mississippi is the organization of the situation that is...
Let me procrastinate on the situation in hand.
Like Richard Pryor to me.
I thank God bless you, sir. Oh, that was...
So what you've been
A
up
white
to?
guy in Mississippi just got compared to Richard Pryor.
You know, I don't know about you.
Fuck yeah.
But when I get really thirsty on a hot summer night, there's nothing more than I like than a bottle of Thunderbird, sitting on the porch, singing the blues with my brothers.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, well.
Let's move on.
Quickly!
Oh shit, man!
Look at all these.
I was
ladies,
kidding. Guys, I was kidding about the racism thing, okay? That's kind of kidding. You don't have to make people feel welcome that way. You know?
Hey, we're only serious. Don't worry.
Yeah, I hear you.
Goddamn white people, we can't take them anywhere.
I know.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just messing with you.
Oh man.
No, I was just.
This is going to be over YouTube tomorrow. Look at all the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Look at all the 4 white people, the 5 angry white people.
Secular lobsters.
For your information there, Mr. Jeff, I'm Mexican American.
And I'm the fucking Pope.
No, I am. My name is Juan Ricardo Gonzalez.
And my name is Juan Ricardo Montalban.
But don't those names get longer and longer as a generation?
Yeah, as long as they speak, it's like, my name is la 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 la. Does this make you feel more at home?
You get named after everybody.
PW, what you been up to, man?
I uploaded a video earlier and just tested. I uploaded it and put it on private. And I always do that to test it out, make sure there are no flaws.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So if you like it or not?
Because there's a lot of graphics that go on and stuff, but part of the audio somehow got doubled and a little off, so there was like I was repeating myself, so I had to take it down and fix it. Yeah. Now I have to render it and then upload it again. That'll take a few hours, but so by tomorrow it'll be out.
Wait, I've heard this before. In a couple of days there'll be something and months go by.
Yeah. No, tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow, I promise you.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
And
We'll see it.
I promise you, Steve Shives will be in it. How's that?
I finally did the unthinkable. Yeah. I finally did the unthinkable today, PW.
Yeah.
I finally unsubscribed to Steve Shives. I've had enough of his fucking feminism videos.
Yeah.
Who is Steve Shives?
What's that?
Who's Steve Shives?
Oh boy, you need to check that out. He was a big. Well, he was one of the better, I think, YouTube atheists, and he would do a lot of great stuff with atheism, and a lot of people have credited him with their deconversion. And then about a year ago, he decided he was going to do this full time on YouTube, and he also then became almost a militant type feminist.
Oh God, one of those.
And he went. I mean, it's just been very strange for everybody because he comes off very angry about men and all that. So it's kind of an you have to just see his videos now. But I would recommend actually, if you still go to that site after that, he has a show called An Atheist Reads, and it's different books and stuff, and it's really quite well done. He's very good on atheism, but he really wants everybody to be a feminist now, and it's
what is his idea of a feminist? Because I think that women should, if they want equality, that's fine.
No, it goes so far past that it's almost unfucking explainable anymore. It really is. It's.
Well, so he's a psychopathic nut job.
And he does the same thing with Islam and Muslims, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's it's the media thing. Like you guys were talking about Fox and MSN. I mean, the same thing is on YouTube. I mean, it's you get the extreme versions of this stuff, and I don't really care for it because there's no conversation around that kind of talk. But and that's kind of where he's at with it. I think it's mostly to monetize his his career, and but he's overdoing it. He's overdoing it, and I think women will see through that. I think that's going to be his biggest problem. Is he looks like he's trying too hard to be angry, and so is Kevin Logan and people like that. It's not how most men react to a common sense conversation, right? I mean,
whatever happened to be just fucking honest about something and not what. I don't understand. Like I watched the online evangelists like Paul Begley and Anita Fuentes and all these people that will bullshit you for fucking money.
Mm-hmm.
Just be fucking honest.
Yeah, but that doesn't make money. That doesn't make. I mean.
Oh, that's what I feel. Son of a bitch. Never mind. Thanks.
I mean, let's be fair. I mean, it's a capitalist country, right? That's our economic system. So anything that you see in public is going to be monetized, right?
Yeah, but I think people will like you more. I mean, you may have a massive audience of dumbasses. I'd rather have a small audience that are somewhat cogent. And, that can understand the issues and have a conversation.
But how many people on YouTube have a Patreon account? I mean, think about it. I have nothing against. I don't have anything against it. What I'm saying is, the bigger you get, the more important that becomes. I mean, if you're a smaller channel, it's a good way to get money to like fix equipment or, get a better computer, that sort of thing. But when you get up in the 400,000 sub range, you're looking to do it for a living full time, and that happens in any public forum. Anytime something becomes popular, someone
hashtag PewDiePie.
Well, that includes every kind of social issue.
Yeah, I know. The Amazing Atheist now, his Drunken Peasants podcast makes $10,000 a month off of Patreon.
So what?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think that's close to his total income all the way around. The last I heard.
Well,
I mean, but like Jacqueline Glenn doesn't make anything, and she has 400,000. She makes about, I think, about 1,000.
Jacqueline Glenn.
She makes about 1,000 a month off her patrons.
Yeah.
And she has 400,000 of them. They don't. I think she only has like 200 some patrons out of the 400,000 people. So you never know. It's. But everything gets monetized. That's my point. Is that if something, if you can make money off of something, somebody will, and that includes social issues.
Hey, well, let me ask you a question about when you're talking about that. I get these emails sometimes from these partnership groups, right?
Leave them alone.
That like, okay, why and reason, and I'm asking because I'm curious. I don't know, and I've gotten about, because like this one guy made this one it's called All About Anal Sex, and it's about this Christian girl talking about anal sex with your husband, what's considered sodomy and stuff, and a bunch of it. It's what I do. It's the typical Secular Lobster type montage of wackiness that is Secular Lobster in my mind, but they suspiciously said that. I mean, what is it about those? What are they? Why should I avoid them? Give me the scoop.
Can I answer?
Anybody that has any information. I mean, that's.
Go to the people that emailed you and look at their YouTube channel.
Right.
And look at their subscribers.
Right.
0.
Right. I've noticed that.
This partnership bullshit that's going on YouTube, it's been... I get them. Oh, Rant with Jeff, we've seen your content, and we like what you produce.
Yeah.
And I click on the link, and it's like, Wow, you've been on YouTube for 3 years, have one video with 12 views. Fuck off.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, because the first time I got contacted, the guy left a phone number, right? So I called this phone number, right? It's when I still had my strike. And I was like, well, I want to speak to the person that wrote me this email. I forgot the name of the guy. Well, that person wasn't available. He's working from home right now. But I'd be glad to send you to this person, which I'm sure there was somebody sitting in a cubicle.
It's called bullshit.
Right. I was a telemarketer. But you know, then they're like, I was like, okay, you know, knowing what my videos are, you know, and who watches them and stuff, I'm like, what is it exactly about Secular Lobster Ministries do you find intriguing? Well, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. So and so.
Exactly.
And so this last one I got, the guy actually mentioned a video that I'm actually very proud of. I thought it was pretty well done for the crappy what do you want to call it, production value that I have. You know, it's just Windows Live Movie Maker is what I use. You know, period. You know, and a lot of pot. You know, but you know, but I was like, what? I don't know what they are. You know. Is it a ripoff? Is it just stay away from them, or are they
scam artists? Stay away from them. They'll promise you the fucking world, and they'll take your money.
Right. That's what I thought.
Sounds like marriage. Okay. Okay.
Stay away, man. Stay away. Don't deal with it.
Yeah. I was just, you know, because when you first get one, you know, you're like, oh wow, somebody, you know, likes what I did, you know, and you're like, cool. And then you're like, you know.
Stay far away from those cocksuckers, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Oh, we love your videos. What video did you like?
Yeah.
I have to say, PW, things haven't been going good for me these past couple of days.
Why? What's going on?
Me and somebody that you know have been butting heads a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
What's it
oh
like
no,
that?
not Joe.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's it like to have enemies there, Quiet?
That school thing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, come on, we all know what we're talking about, right? I mean, really? Don't we? Or not?
What?
I'm sorry, because I saw you.
Go
Well,
ahead.
I see you guys online doing it, so I mean, I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, we've been.
I didn't know.
Yeah, we've been
I
trading.
just kind of assumed.
Yeah, I've made 2 videos, and he made 2 videos on his channel, and the other one on the Skeptic Fence.
Yeah, I thought I didn't mean to out this. I just assumed everybody knew who the players were.
Let's hear. Come on.
I'm not everywhere.
What's that?
Oh, come on. We're amongst friends. We can talk. You know what I'm saying?
It's not up to me. I'm just saying. Yeah, I get it. I get
No,
it.
that's
Quite. I think it's kind of complicated, actually.
Yeah,
The whole situation.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a single position that I'd want to really nail down. I mean, you look at the video and it's hard to watch, you know. But then you look at the situation and you take a more dispassionate view. One comment I wrote, just to throw something else out there on his site, you know, it's the parents of the other kids have paid for this service of this classroom, right? They paid for this ahead of time. So it's a prepaid service, and they were being denied their service that they've already paid for. That now, having said that, you know, but I wanted that out there because this isn't just about this teenage girl and this cop and these worthless school officials. It's also about the community and what do we expect to happen in a classroom when this happens, right?
Yeah.
And what is a cop's responsibility? And I mean, you can take a lot of different views on this, and I hear both sides of this. I wouldn't have handled it that way myself. when I was in law enforcement. But honestly, I would have grabbed her cell phone. That's how I would have handled it.
Yeah.
I just would have gotten close to her and grabbed her cell phone. She's not going to let me walk out of that room with that cell phone. I know kids, that's their lifeline.
Well,
I mean, you have to be creative to a degree.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, one of the things that me and Live Life were bumping heads with is and a few other people was this whole use of force thing, right? So when I mentioned that the sheriff's deputy used too much force, a lot of the people, I think, Live Life and a lot of other people within his comment section of his videos and stuff like this are thinking that I'm somehow applauding her behavior in the classroom when simply that's not the case.
No.
What I am saying though is if should she be held accountable for what she has done? Sure, that's fine. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm even fine with him using force on her. But there's limits, and as well as I do, PW, that there's policies and procedures that police officers, sheriff's deputies, state police, et cetera, have to go by. Now, when you go outside of that realm and when you step over the line, there's going to be consequences.
And that's the question. Let's say it was a 16-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Big guy.
I would have.
Would that make any difference in your mind?
No, I would have felt the same way.
Can I interject some redneck intellectual? Yeah. My daddy told me, he said, boy, don't argue with the police. Deal with it in court. Because if you argue with the police, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah, but see, the point is, what I'm trying to say here, though,
is don't argue with the police.
No. I'm not saying. Just listen, though. I'm trying to say, things aren't the way they were back in your dad's day or my dad's day or whatever the case is. Different now. Back then when I was 5 years old, and when I did something wrong in school, the teacher would escort me to the principal's office, make me bend over his desk, and paddle the shit out of me.
Whipped. Yep.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Now you can't even do that.
But John, the other question is, what would you have done?
Myself, personally?
Well, hold on. Let me set this up so we know.
Okay.
The teacher told her probably at least more than once to leave.
Yeah.
She refused the teacher. The administrator then comes in and fails, okay?
Yeah.
Now what do? You call somebody who enforces the law, okay, and bring them in. What at that point is the response? What if she just says no?
Remove every child from that classroom except for that one girl. Remove them all. Remove every child except for her and say, look, girl.
Because but let me point out one thing.
You come quietly,
this happens
or you come
every day.
my way.
This happens every day all across these major cities. Yeah. I mean, and this is a mild case where the teacher was not getting beat up. But I can pull a video daily of teachers getting punched out by students, okay?
Oh, yeah.
This is nothing in terms of what's happening across the country. What I'm saying is, in this particular case, I paid for, say I have a kid there, and I paid ahead of time for my kid to get school, to get classroom instruction. And what you're suggesting is my kid has to leave the room because of this kid. Okay, I'm just saying I paid for this, so do I get a rebate? Do I get money back because I'm being denied
leaving the room for 15 minutes will not...
okay, you didn't say that.
Will not be any detriment to her education.
Tell me
I'm saying for like 15 minutes, remove everybody else.
What would you do in that 15 minutes? What would you do?
Tell that girl, say, you're coming with me.
And she says no.
Then she will be extricated from the room.
Well, how is that any different?
Well,
what happened?
Well, if PW, back to the answer I was going to give you to the question.
Right.
If I was a teacher, okay, say if I was that teacher in that classroom, experiencing that unfortunate situation, I would have saw it unfold basically in front of me. Number one, I would have got, say, for example, the administration, a principal, what happened to maybe the school counselor, you know, notify in the school counselor, possibly her foster parents, which were not notified right away. You know, not to mention the fact, you know.
I'm just kind of curious, how many people are we talking about now?
Does her mental condition weigh anywhere on this evaluation?
Well, one of the things.
I don't know if it can it? I mean,
her mental condition was not. This is a child.
Did the cop know? Or?
Well, one of the things that I was suggesting, PW, is the fact that she had lost her mother and grandmother recently, and according to the documents,
I mean,
the articles.
I don't know anything about that, and I don't know if the cop would have known. I mean, I don't know that.
Well, see, the problem with the article.
Did everybody know that at the moment or not?
The problem with the articles is that they were so fucking vague on it. I don't know when it happened.
Yeah, I mean,
and
if you know that ahead of time, I think, you know, you have to take precautions ahead of time in one way or another. If a kid is going through, especially a grieving process.
Yeah.
But I don't know that the cop knew that. I mean,
well,
was advised?
Yeah, but somebody in the room could have told him.
Right, they could have if they did. I don't know if they did. I'm just saying if they didn't tell him, he wouldn't have known.
We're making a lot of decisions here without sufficient evidence.
Well, that's my point. I don't know. I've been in situations where later on somebody said, "Oh, do you know this or that?" And I said, "No, I didn't know," because I had no access to that information. You know, I can't. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe he knew, but if he did know that, you know, it'd be kind of cruel to kind of. I mean, how else are you going to handle? That's my question here. What else do you do? I mean, you've got 3 people so far have tried. What are you going to do? I'm not saying he should have tipped her.
Well, see, I agree. I agree, PW.
What else? You know what do you do?
Well, the thing that I had an issue with, and a lot of people have been throwing this in my face basically the past couple of days. Number one, they say that, you know, I suffer from white guilt because I'm applauding her behavior. Number one.
I never saw you applauding.
Yeah, and number two, they said that I'm, you know, making excuses for her and trying to defend her and stuff like that. And I go, you know what? Like I was telling you earlier, should she be held accountable? Yes. Should he have used force? Yes. I would have had more respect for the deputy if he would have maced her instead of dumping her on her head and dragging her across the floor. You know?
Yeah. I mean, you know, any time that you're assigned to work with kids, you have to establish yourself.
Mace in a school.
Well,
I'm sorry.
My point is that you have to develop a reputation with these kids that it's somebody you can trust.
Yeah.
Who's firm, fair, and consistent in his or her dealings with the kid. If you don't do that, you are going to run into one of these deals. I mean, it's no doubt.
Well, you know, a lot of those kids did have a protest at the school to have the cop reinstated. He was a very popular cop. He had that bad nickname for kids that didn't like him. You know.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, a kid who's in hindsight, a kid who's in foster care, grieving. I don't know her situation. I really don't. But let's say she's grieving, she's displaced. You have to expect there's going to be a fallout from that.
Right.
Now, whether or not the school
wasn't aware of it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying I'm just making an assumption that he didn't know.
Right.
But he did know her.
Right.
He's had dealings with her before, so she wasn't unknown to him.
Isn't it the job of the police, though, to de-escalate the situation? Shouldn't that be there?
Not necessarily.
Well, they should escalate it?
No, I didn't say escalate.
I would look.
It's not their job to de-escalate or escalate. It's to enforce.
Enforce the law, but you don't have to do it. Look, man, come on. You're talking to a redneck in South Mississippi. We used to have the police every Saturday night down at the river saying, you know what? All right, who's the most sober son of a bitch to drive home? And they'd pour our beer out, and you know what? They'd shake our fucking hand and say, you know, they knew us by name.
Yeah, but it's
But
law enforcement.
they weren't assholes. They would de-escalate the situation.
Well,
they didn't go out there waving their fucking bayonet and say, we're going to beat you fucking down. So,
but you're looking at a 2-minute video?
I
don't know that you can... What's that?
I live the video.
We're talking about the school.
Yeah, the school. Yep.
You're looking at a 2-minute video and you judge an entire police department over 2
No,
minutes.
I'm not judging. I'm not judging the entire police department. I'm just saying there are ways to handle things. And let me tell you what down here, if you disrespect the law, you will get your ass kicked.
No, I get that, but every region is different. The geography is different. The police departments are different.
No, you don't.
They are. They're different.
If you're going to fight the police on the street or in a classroom, you're going to lose. You're going to get your ass kicked. End of statement. When a cop tells you, get the fuck up off your chair and leave, the best thing you can do, get up, go. And then fight it in a court of law. That's common sense.
I think we all agree with that, but this girl wasn't going to do that, right?
Well, then she got her ass kicked.
Well,
that's where I disagree.
And the question is that the best answer?
You can disagree, but that's the way it happens. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying when the cop comes into that room and says, you get up, walk out. If you don't, you're asking for it.
He could have picked her up and took her out in a different way.
He doesn't have to pick. He just said, you move, and she should have moved. She didn't.
Yeah, but there was
There's
less.
no buts about it.
There was less degrees of force he could have used.
You don't know. I understand. Understandably, dragging the kid, knocking her over, bad. Consequence of her actions.
Yeah, but the consequence of her actions isn't the law, according to this situation.
She was given a direct
see, that's
order.
The thing, though.
She was given a direct order and disobeyed.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing, though. This country that we live in has a two-tier system. For example, if I were to go into that same exact classroom and tip a girl over on her head and drag her across the floor, what's going to happen to me?
You're not the law.
What's going to happen to me?
You're not the law.
Well, what's going to happen to me, though?
It doesn't matter. The whole example you're giving is...
Quiet.
If I went to my parents' house
just because he's the law doesn't give him the right to overstep his bounds and use excessive force like that. There's rules. There's policy and procedures. He obviously didn't.
The cop says you get up out of the chair.
No, he didn't follow policy and procedure. That's why he got.
He didn't follow logic and reason.
Hey. He didn't follow policy and procedure. That's why he got fucking fired in the first place.
And if she would have just simply
Can I say something, please? First of all, who put the hat on my head?
I don't know.
Anyway, what I kind of this is my whole thinking on the entire situation from the get-go, right? For years, schools were being overrun by kids threatening teachers, faculty. Teachers were getting shot. Teachers were getting beat up. There came a point where there had to be police in schools, right? First of all, that's the sad part, where it got to the point where there has to be the fucking police in a goddamn school.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So when you have police in the school, sure, in the ideal perfect situation, he probably would have handled it a bit differently. Things happen fast, right? A lot of emotions were going along. A lot of things were happening. In retrospect, if the cop looked back, could he have done something a little different or something? Sure. If he would have grabbed her cell phone, we don't know that this girl might have taken that as an act of aggression. You're not taking my cell phone.
Oh, she would have. I don't.
No, right? The whole thing happened.
Does anybody have an answer to this? What should he have done?
That's the hardest thing to answer, really. You know, was it
protocol?
protocol maybe? Was it
Why are
technically?
police in the schools in the first fucking place? I went down to my kids'
Yeah,
school
why has it
ago.
gotten so bad that we have to?
The goddamn school that I used to go to, Bellevue Junior High, now has bulletproof fucking glass in it. Cameras everywhere. It looks like a fucking jail. Why? And the police cars are parked out in the fucking yard. Why do we have police in the fucking in a junior high? Why are they there in the first place?
Yeah.
APW.
Yeah.
There was something I wanted to run by you too, real quick, since we're on the subject. Everybody that I come across said that she struck him. Okay. From every video that I've seen so far, even the ones that Live Life has put out, I didn't see her striking him at all. But I found an interesting. I found an interesting article today that I was going to put in a new video that I was making, and it's an article. I'll post a link here in a second in the side chat. But it's an article from NOLO, which is a law for all, I guess, and it says. And I quote, "It's rare that someone being placed under arrest has the right to forcefully resist. But in most states, if the arresting officer uses excessive force that could cause great bodily harm, the arrestee has the right to defend him or herself. That's because most states hold that an officer's use of excessive force amounts to assault or battery, which a victim has a right to defend against."
Okay, I'm not familiar with that law because, for one thing, you don't know when you can't determine excessive force independently that way. I mean, in the moment, the person being arrested wouldn't legally be able to make that judgment. It's something that has to be determined after a fact. After they've done it. I mean, so I don't. I think that may be a policy. I don't know if that's a state law. Well, I mean, it's not a federal law. It's not a federal law.
Can you see the side chat that we're in, PW?
No.
On the right side of the computer.
I'm on Google Plus. What?
Inside it's a chat room on the site in here in the chat room.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see it.
Okay, I'm going to post the link in the side chat right there for you to take a look at later when you have the chance.
What is that from?
It's from...
NOLO.com.
Let's see. It is from... the letters are NOLO, and it spells NOLO, I guess. I don't know how to pronounce it. And it says...
Law.
Law.
Okay, what that refers to is, you can... It doesn't mean you have a right to do it. It means... you may not be prosecuted for it if it turns out that the police officer was adjudged to be using excessive force. But it's not like you, at the moment, you can say, "Oh, I think this is excessive force, so I can pull out a gun and shoot this cop." I mean, you can't just do whatever you want and think that you're going to get away with it. That's the point.
Yeah,
it's not a it's an affirmative defense, is what it is later on, but it's not at the moment. No, it's not like it's not an encouragement for people when they think the cop is being too heavy-handed, which everybody. The reason they can resist. I mean,
the reason why I brought it up, PW, is because of the fact, for the sake of your argument, I don't know, maybe I need to get my eyes checked or whatever, but for the sake of argument, let's say, she did hit him, okay? But wouldn't, the moment I seen him walk up to her and they started, banging right there at the desk, I specifically remember seeing him put his hand around her throat. Wouldn't that be considered a threat to her physical...
No. If you need to arrest somebody, I mean, it's not like football where you can get a flag for... face mask, and you grab them where you can. Well, you know this.
Yeah.
Quiet. You grab them where you can grab them. I mean, the question is, no, she can't hit him, or if he's going to affect an arrest, he has a right to grab her the best way he can. She's sitting down and not getting up. So, I mean, there's only so many body parts available, right? For him, and he decided to go around. I've never really looked at the video that close, but I don't know that. No, she wouldn't have a right at that moment just to hit him or fight him. I mean, she could do it, and later on, not going to charge you for that because we feel like, you know, you had a right to defend yourself. I mean, it's really an affirmative defense later. It's not really ahead of time that people should be doing it. But it's, you know, I guess I go back to my original question: what should he have done? How should he have handled this to get the outcome that people would like? I mean, I never can get an answer for this. I really can't.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking.
It's not important
let me just
how people like it. It doesn't matter how people like the end of the situation.
Well,
I don't understand that point.
Well, that is the issue that people are arguing about.
Well, it doesn't matter if people like it or not.
No. That's why it's a news story. And that's why I'm questioning what would you have done so it wouldn't. It's a story because, you know, they put it on the news.
Yeah.
That's the reason
Which I don't trust.
He didn't get fired for what he did. He got fired because it got public. I mean, let's be honest about it. This happens daily, you know, in schools. I mean, you know, kids are punching out teachers. Cops are coming in punching out kids. This is happening all over. This is the only reason this is on the news, and the only issue people are arguing is because of how he handled it. My question is, outside of the argument, how should he have handled it so it wouldn't have been a news story?
He should have said, "Please, would you please get up from your chair?
Yeah.
And please obey me and listen to me and be kind because I'm being kind to you." And she'd have sat there and said, "Fuck you, pig."
Well, and I really do see both sides of this issue, but I don't hear answers really.
Well, like I said, I would have been.
Nobody's life is being threatened at the moment, so I don't know.
I would have been.
No, Paul. I didn't hear Paul.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I just said nobody's life was being threatened.
Right. That's a point. I'm just saying, what do you do then? I mean, you have two adults that tried to handle it, and they call in a police officer. What's his role at that moment? I mean, I'm not judging anything right now. I'm just saying, you know, I'd look at what would I've done. I would have gone for her phone, because I know if I thought she was not going to get up or cooperate, I would have grabbed the phone. I did it before with a kid, and they follow you. Believe me, they don't want to give up their phone. But now maybe he couldn't have done that. I'm just saying, before we get too far down the road on this, and we really have, I'm just looking at, well, what was the right solution? You know, we're arguing about the wrong solution, but what was the right solution? And I'm really not hearing anything, and that kind of concerns me.
Well, see, I had already stated, you know, multiple solutions in my videos that I put out.
Right.
You know, and it's just like it goes upon deaf ears, man. They just want to challenge everything I say. They're not paying attention to it or nothing. And that's the only reaction that I get out of everybody that I've encountered since this whole thing began, since I first started making my videos. Better yet, since I first commented in Live Life's comment section of his first video, is the fact that, you know, I'm only, you know, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm obviously lying. I have white guilt. I'm a PC liberal fag. I'm a regressive.
Yeah, I saw that one. Quiet. I thought they don't really know you.
Yeah.
I disagree with you. I wouldn't say you suffer from white guilt. You have a difference of opinion on things.
Yeah, and you know, I would never say white guilt. I've been accused of the white guilt thing before in my life because I didn't yell Black Lives Matters. You know, but I don't think Quiet is white guilt or anything like that. You know, I disagree with him vehemently on this. We've had this discussion. I would never go like as far as some people, you know, like look, I've been called a liberal hippie fag, because certain things, stances I take, but
Every time I ask for a solution to this, everybody starts talking about something else. I'm just saying that
the solution.
Let
you made.
All right, solution. Solution. Teach your kids to obey the law.
Well, if her parents were alive to teach her, I'm pretty sure they would.
People that don't have parents don't obey the law?
My whole point on this is nobody wants to talk about a solution.
The solution is obey the law.
That's not a solution.
No, that was not the cop's solution. What was the cop's resolution? How is he going to resolve this the way everybody would want him to?
You're not going to make everybody happy.
Fuck everybody being happy.
I'm not asking you guys to answer it. I'm asking you guys to think about the fact this is the question that's most important to the issue,
right?
And nobody wants to deal with it. That tells me more. But that tells me more. Listen, that tells me more about what people are thinking about this controversy. They're not looking at the solution. They're looking at their arguments about it. Okay? They're not. The goal should be, what should the cop have done that would have been a resolution that we all would have agreed on?
So what do you think? What do you think should have happened then?
He said, grab the damn phone and walk away.
Well, that was how I do it. But that's really not what I'm asking here. I'm asking why.
And we don't know that.
Hold on, guys. Let PW talk.
Would have worked.
Why don't we want to get to the solution of the problem? You see, every time I would bring it up online and anywhere, nobody would address what should the cop have done. John tried that.
Okay.
Quiet tried that. He did. I'll give him credit. He did, but he was about the only one I know. Everybody else said, well, she should have obeyed the law, or he should never have done it, or, nobody. And it tells me more about how we have conversations on YouTube than really the issue. I'm not that concerned about the issue itself. I'm looking at how we've argued this and how we've discussed it. We have never centered and zeroed in, because every time it comes up, what was the best resolution for this, people go off track. They don't address it.
What would your best resolution be, though? What's your answer to it? That's what I want. What's your answer to it?
What would you
Well, I would suggest that we start talking about resolving issues first.
Right, but
what is your resolution? What should have happened? Tell us what you think. What do you think?
Yeah, I told you earlier what I would have done.
Yeah,
but nobody will listen to that.
I'm
That's
listening.
my point. No, you weren't.
I know. Okay, I am now.
Okay, but okay. I'll tell you real quick, but I want to get back on track. Okay, the issue here is about how we talk, not about the resolution of this case.
What would you?
I would have grabbed her phone.
Hold on, Jeff.
I would have grabbed her phone. I'll say it one more time. I'd have grabbed her phone and walked away. I would have grabbed her phone, which she had in her hand, and she was using that to not pay attention. Okay. A kid will not leave her phone. I would have grabbed the phone and walked back about 5 paces. And if she still wouldn't have gotten up, I would have started putting my thumb on the phone like I was going through it. Okay? She will get out of that chair. I guarantee you right away. But that goes back to knowing how kids think and working with kids. But that is not what I'm interested in, because there are a million of these cases and they're all different, right? The issue is how we as grown-ups want to talk about these things. Do we want to argue from the trenches, or do we want to find a resolution? And the logical, rational thing was, if we're going to criticize the cop, then we have to come up with a solution of what would have been better, not just criticizing his position. And we do this to each other.
Yeah.
We won't offer a rational counterpoint a lot of times, right? And that's what I look for in this, and I didn't see it in this case. John, Quiet is one of the few people who offered, when he was doing his battle, offering other solutions of what this cop could have done. Okay, I find that admirable. Whether I agree or not, I find that admirable. But my take on this whole case isn't the case. It's really how we reflect on it, because that's going to have a greater impact in the communities we live. How people want this resolved, or do they want it resolved? I mean, that for me, it's a question. That may not be the question for you guys.
Yeah, but that's something that's going to have to be taken. It's already got to be set up before the situation. You know, the whole society has to be set up in this situation.
Yeah,
Did you see this happening in Japan?
Nope.
Never. No.
All right. I mean, that's the whole thing.
It's a cultural thing. Yeah, it is.
I mean, when I left high school, I would never have even only time you seen a cop there is when he came for driver's ed or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was never for long.
Well, the culture's changed. Right. The culture has changed a lot.
So you have to change. If you don't change the culture,
why has the culture changed?
Oh, that's a. You got all night?
No, I'm fixing to sign off.
You know, you're
on damn video games.
Throw that in there and say, get the hell out.
I'm not going to say this is a solution. I'm just saying how it was when I was a kid. You did not dress any way you wanted to.
Right.
No.
There were standards. You must wear a belt. I mean, if you forgot your belt, you kind of like hung your shirt over your top of your pants so somebody may not notice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, things like that. But I'm not saying that's what the solution is. But it's like anymore, kids can pretty much do whatever they want.
Whatever the hell they want. Exactly.
So the only way you're going to solve it is they can't do anything they want. Now, how do we do that?
Well, I think
kill all the lawyers.
Kill all the lawyers.
I'd rather like beating the children to death. That's more of mine.
No, I think it's a difficult case to kind of. I honestly can see both sides of this thing, and I'm a law and order kind of guy. I admit that, okay, and I think she should have obeyed, the teacher, let alone the principal, and then wait for a cut.
It escalated out of control.
Sometimes with a lot of kids these days, right? And I'm not making fun of the way people are criticizing people are raised, but a lot of times parents will tell their children, or groups will tell their children that they're somehow special and that their feelings are their feelings. What they want to do is what they want to do. They should be themselves. Don't let anybody disrespect you. I hate that fucking word because it's so much overused, right? And so they have this thing of almost like they can do what they want, and if you say anything to them, somehow you're disrespecting them because they don't want to do that right now. They don't feel like it, and what do you do with that anymore? We
used to have we used to have manners. We used to have, social management. I mean, we're all old enough to remember when, there were certain things, I was taught, you didn't bring up religion or politics. Okay? You didn't talk about that, you didn't start that as a conversation.
Right.
If you went to somebody's house, I had rules I had to live by my parents. They basically said, this is how you'll behave in public. And things have changed a lot. I mean, when I go to a funeral or a wedding, I wear a suit. I wear my best clothes. The last few funerals I've been to, I mean, people have shown up in shorts and sandals and
shirts, and
I don't want to judge. I mean, it's their clothes, but respect is a thing that is about me. It's not about whether or not somebody deserves it. There are a lot of people who don't deserve respect that I'm respectful towards because it's about me and my values. How I behave is about me. They don't get to control that. So, and I think we've lost that where it's kind of like, I deserve this or whatever. No, you don't deserve anything. The person deserves to treat themselves and act according to their own values. I mean, that's how I see it. I mean, I've treated some people with a great deal of respect and professional. Remember when we used to say it's professional, not personal? Growing up, you didn't mix professional and personal. You didn't take it personally. That's out the window. Now everything is personal.
Yeah.
And that's where I think, for me, like when any criminal that I arrested, anybody, I treated with professionalism because I was professional. It wasn't about whether they deserved to be treated professionally. Right. It was about, did I live up to my values? So you're a
cop?
I did a fugitive hunting for state and federal people.
Let me tell you what, I have been stumped in the last year 3 times by the Biloxi Police Department.
Yeah, I never wore a uniform.
That doesn't matter. But
I don't know anything about traffic or.
You're a professional, right?
I was a detective. I started as one.
Professional bounty hunter. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, the bounty.
That's what I did. I never drove a squad car. I had a.
No, I have been stopped 3 times, and from the Biloxi Police Department, and these people, 3 times that I've been stopped. Mm-hmm. Not only were they professional, fucking kind.
Yeah, I mean,
really, and I mean to tell you, I put videos up. I said this cop, lady cop. I put her badge number out there. I said, my God, this woman was beautiful. She was lady cop. They like that
lady cop.
Misogyny bastard. Misogynist.
PW. Hey, PW.
Yeah.
In one of the videos I made about this situation, when I was doing the research for it, I happened to come across a teacher who was experiencing something similar in another school somewhere else here in the country. And I forgot the specific city, but I want to share something with you guys really quickly, okay?
Okay.
And then let me know what you think after I finish reading it.
All right.
I'm putting it on screen share. You guys should see it now. This lady says, about 90 minutes ago, I was observed by my principal. A student had his phone out. I asked him quietly to put it away. He told me he couldn't. I immediately thought about the situation. I asked him if he was okay. He told me no and burst into tears. He walked out of the room. I contemplated following him. I was being observed after all. I followed my heart though. The young man's brother was killed last night. I told him to write me a letter and express all his pain and use whatever words he wanted to express. He did it and I wrote back. It took me 2 minutes. When he walked out today, he said, I love you, Mrs. Turner Smith. Thanks for listening to me. I really only gave him maybe 5 minutes of my time. That's all he needed, and that's why I teach.
Okay.
So that's the whole problem. We don't know if that procedure was even done in this situation. Like I said, we don't have all the damn data. We do not have all the damn data.
No, that was just. See, my whole point of the situation, though, Paul, is when I made my videos. That was one of my solutions to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What made me really happy about it was when I was doing my research, I stumbled across that article about that teacher doing that, and I thought that I would include it in one of my videos.
Yeah. But I've always said, you got to wait a couple weeks to find out maybe what happened.
Well, and another thing too, that's a real beautiful thing what the teacher did. We also don't know if that's true. Could be anecdotal.
No, it was an article.
Okay. But the thing is that right. I understand that.
Nothing from Raw Stories anecdotal.
No. But what I'm saying is, it worked then. You don't know. You don't know that that's going to happen. That's a situational thing, just like this situational thing, right?
Well, how do you
things happen, and things happen differently. Every situation is different, right? Did the cops say, going in with intent for that situation to end up the way it did? No. Right? It wasn't the best way to go about it, right? I don't think he should be crucified for it,
Oh, he isn't being crucified.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He just got fired from his job. That was it.
Yeah, that's kind of being crucified, and like I said, there's a reason he was the cop there to begin with, because he had a rapport with the kids. He didn't have a reputation of being like that. The kids that gave him that nickname didn't like him because they didn't like to behave, So we like I said, we don't know what happened. Everything is a situation. When you learn procedures, right, when there's actually something, I mean, PJ Swivel, I'm not trying to quote anything you've ever said or experiences, but you knew when you were going after a fugitive, right, you knew the procedures, right? You knew what you could do and couldn't do. Okay, I'm assuming that, right? I'm not trying to speak for you, but were there ever any situations where you knew the procedures, but things got a little gray, but nothing, but you know what I mean? Things happen.
Every case.
Right. So
yeah, things. Let me give you an example. Let me give you a quick example. I was after a fugitive pedophile,
right,
and a child rapist, and he was out again, and I had to find him, and I found a guy that I knew where he was, and the guy said, "I don't know a thing." Okay, so I'm up in this apartment, this shitty little apartment. I know he's lying to me. This guy has a kid with him at the moment, a little girl. Okay, it's one of those situations, right? What do you do? The guy in front of me is not committing a crime. I know he knows where this guy is. No, what do you do? I could follow the exact law and, leave.
Could he be charged with aiding and abetting a known felon?
Not unless I can prove it. I knew it different in different ways from different snitches.
Oh, okay.
But I knew he knew, and there was some corroborating stuff, but not enough for me to charge him with a crime.
Oh, okay.
So what do you do? You got a little kid, with a guy who's going to rape her somewhere, and this guy knows where it is. So there are gray areas. I'm just saying, if you need to resolve a situation, what goes through my mind in those cases, what would a jury think? Okay, what would a jury look at me and say? Okay, your job is to protect the community, But either way, you can get damned for getting the job done, and trying to follow the law, because sometimes you got to do what you do. And what I did was I beat him down until he told me. Okay. and I found the guy, and the guy had a little girl, and she was in bed.
Yeah.
And I got him, and I put him back in prison.
Yeah.
Now, you can judge me. You can judge me for that. I did break the law as a law enforcement officer. So the question is, if you're the parent of that little girl, what do you want me to do? And if that's your granddaughter, what do you want me to do in that situation? And that's where it gets bad. That's where it gets tough. And I just think I'm more solution-oriented rather than saying, it's not my product. It's not my happiest story. But I made a choice.
Did the right thing.
Well, I did the thing that accomplished the goal, but I've had people judge me on this and saying, you should have not, you should have found another way of handling it.
Please, Mr. Pedophile, please tell me. Yeah.
Well, see, in our business, PW, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Well, I come down.
Thank you very much. Quiet. I think you answered my argument perfectly. That was my point.
Look,
the reason why
sleep. Fuck all of you. You're all wrong.
Hey, the reason why I know a lot about law enforcement because I used to work for the sheriff's department for 15 years, and there's a lot of things that I saw that you're not supposed to see.
Things happen. They do.
Yes.
And it's not always the malice. It's not always, a cop not wanting to do their job. It's sometimes you're faced with the devil's choice, you really don't have a good choice. And you can't just say, no, I'm not going to do anything. That's a choice too. You have to make a decision, and that's what I always look at, what does the public want me to do? Yeah. Right?
Well, see, with me, PW, when I was in the position I was in a long time ago, I was always the by the book type of guy, and I never strayed from the rules. I never, did anything at all. I always stuck to with my feet on the ground firmly, and I never strayed away from the path. You know,
Right.
and it's just I don't know, man. I guess people are different. That's the only answer I can come up with. Things are complicated, I guess.
Oh, you're just a good howdy doody boy. You just want to.
You know?
You'd be Richie Cunningham, you know, in this day and age if Happy Days was made quiet. You're just that nice of a guy.
I think it's tough to put the solution to these issues on law enforcement.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
before that happens, we need a different conversation.
Well, you gotta look at how society's become, though. You know, a lot of ways. You know, because it doesn't start at schools.
Has it really? I mean, that's the other question I have. Are we looking at it through the media's eyes or YouTube's eyes, or are we looking at real statistics? I don't know. I'm not saying. I'm just saying that sometimes we think our society is one way or another, and you start doing research. Go ahead.
I can remember blacks having hoses turned on them, and there was a situation, you know, being told legally that they had to move, that they didn't have rights because of their color of their skin.
Right, and you're right.
I think now it's like a lot of the little things that you probably wouldn't have noticed before, aka like this whole school desk thing. We have cell phones now. We have social media. Everything, you know, you don't know. Somebody puts a picture of a baby smiling funny, right? And the next morning it's on Good Day America. You know, it's gone viral. The whole country's talking about it. So you never know. Right? With all the social media, look how many news outlets they have now with the internet, right? News flows all over the place. People are looking for something, right? I don't think the world, this country is really changing so much like that. It's the fact that people are noticing it more because more people have camera phones and more people, you know.
So that's where George Orwell got it wrong.
Yeah.
Big Brother isn't watching. People are watching Big Brother.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you go on YouTube right now and write Providence City fights, right, you'll see a bunch of fights that people like to videotape in Providence, Rhode Island. Another town, a friend of mine I went to high school with, he goes, right, Lancaster City, Lancaster, California fights, right, and you see a bunch of people, kids in the street, they're just fighting, you know. So yeah, it's things are seen more. You know, people.
Well, certain.
I don't know.
You know,
things that will click on.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I think
you kind of popped out for a second, PW. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, I just said go ahead. John.
Well, I think PW that it boils down. You know, I think the reason, I don't know, man, I think that there's so much conflict, you know, I mean, not conflict, I should say that, you know, obviously Live Life, for example, has a different view of this, and then I have a different view of this.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that more or less boils down to, you know, that cop in that situation, you know, obviously had his way, you know, to handle the situation. And I have my way. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
So when I see someone else deviate, it's just like I told you earlier. I'm a by the book type of guy, you know. So when I see something like that, it gets me a little upset. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I get it. My whole issue with it was more about how we were discussing it.
Yeah.
Well, it's
nobody wanted to come up with. Well, nobody wanted to come up with an alternative because the issue was how he handled it, right? For people.
Yeah.
So my immediate question in my head was,
right? Yeah.
How do people think he should have handled it? And we never got to that question.
Well, when you said the thing about taking the phone away, though, I didn't really agree with that. I don't. The thing is, like I said, it's a situational thing. It's one of those things that, you know, what would you do? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, I mean, it's something that happened. It was fast. It was not handled maybe the best, but, you know, but you have an uncooperative person to begin with. You know, things like I said before, you know, there becomes that point. You know, like you said with your job. You know, what do you do? Quiet said it himself. damn if you do, damn if you don't, right? The cop at that point, at that point when that cop entered that room, I think honestly he was in a no-win situation, because if he would have backed off, he would have probably lost face with the kids that didn't like him, right? Would have been like, oh, see, we made the cop back off, right? This is just my opinion, right? This is just my thinking, right? So the cop can't, and he can't back down. I mean, he's the authority, right? So he's going to stand his ground, right? Because you got to respect, right? So there was a situation right there that probably was not going to have a good ending, no matter what the cop did, no matter what, how the cop reacted. The cop was in a no-win situation, right? Whatever he did, he was going to get criticized for it. He wasn't going to do enough. Solution? He was going to do, that's it, I don't know.
But see, that's where I think we need to focus on what is the solution to that. I mean, for those who say the cop is exactly,
I mean, and but that's a broad thing, but
that's not what people are arguing about. They're not arguing about that. They're arguing about what the cop did. And my question is, it's easy if you think the cop did exactly the right thing. You're done with the conversation. Right. But if you disagree with how the cop handled it, I'd like to discuss at least, or if people are going to have the discussion I would have had was, how do we want this, if it was my kid, or if it's your kid, or what? I mean, what was the right solution? Because that's really what we're supposed to do. That's what creates the controversy.
If it was my kid, quite honestly, and I'm a very nonviolent person, but if it was my kid, I would have whipped his ass when he got home. And if it was if I was the kid that did it, it was one of the few times in my life I wouldn't have regretted my parents beating the crap out of me for being like that. That's just me. That's just me.
But that doesn't change. See, again, we're not talking about what the cops should have done.
Right, right.
But you see how this conversation goes. That's my point.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to stay. It's hard to get to the core of the controversy, even though it's right in front of us at every moment. When we're talking about this, we're thinking about what this cop did, right? But we won't talk about it. We won't talk about what he should have done. And that fascinates me. I'm not judging anybody because I get it, but we're not talking about what he should have done at all, because we don't know. We honestly don't know.
Yeah, exactly. It can be anything. That's a conversation that can go on forever.
That's the answer, and that's the real thing we should be looking at, is why don't we know?
Well, we don't have all the information for one thing.
Right.
Well, yeah.
That's it. That's the bottom line. I keep saying.
But just based on. But for those who are saying he did it wrong, I just need to hear what should he have done then. You see what I mean? And not that anybody will come up with anything. And I'm not holding that against them. Yeah. I'm just saying that's how difficult. That's how difficult this is.
And I think it's a hot button topic enough. I don't think people are going to change other people's minds really at this point.
I didn't see anybody's life being threatened to be bodily, physically handled like that. That's what I see.
Okay. So what should he have done again?
Like the only thing is, you came up about the only thing he could have done, not maybe the only thing, but certainly it didn't have to escalate to physical violence.
PW.
Do nothing. How's that?
PW.
I mean, nobody was being threatened. She wouldn't get off her freaking phone. Okay, that's a problem, but nobody's life was being threatened. If she pulled out a gun, then he beats the crap out of her. Jeez. I mean, I think the situation, the violence was excessive for what the situation was. Simple. I mean, what should he have done? Apparently not that.
PW.
Yeah.
Can I offer you my suggestion from start to finish? I'll be brief.
No, it's your show, buddy. I'm a guest.
No, I just want your input, because I consider you, as far as like law enforcement is concerned, I consider you kind of like a mentor. You know what I mean? Because you know a hell of a lot more than I do. I just been working in the sheriff's department. I didn't.
I have a very narrow set of skills, sort of thing, right?
But like I was saying, from start to finish, here's how I would have handled it. Okay. Now, in the beginning, say I get called into the classroom. Okay, I walk in there, and that same young girl is sitting in the desk, you know, and she's on her phone, and she's not getting off the phone or whatever, you know. I ask her to get off her phone and leave the classroom. She doesn't do it. I ask her 2 more times, and she doesn't do it. The next thing I do is take away the class. You move the class outside. Everybody, because once you do that, you remove her audience. You remove her motivation to act, to put on a show in front of everybody. And once you have her one-on-one alone, and this has worked with me 95% of the time, chances are I'm able to get her to comply and get her out of the classroom without incident, you know. And even if I had to use force, like I was telling you earlier, to get her out of the class, I would have respected the guy more if he would have at least used CS gas on her, you know, to get her out of there. You can use CS gas on children if they are acting like that, you know, if they are acting in a threatening manner towards a police officer. And I would have done the same thing to get her out of there. But I, for damn sure, you know, wouldn't have done what he did, and that's my take on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the option of emptying out the classroom anytime a kid won't follow directions. But how often are you willing to do that in that school? That's going to be one question. You know, will you do it every day?
How often does that happen to worry about that?
Well, you go in Chicago, go to Chicago, and go to the public schools, and you know, certain areas in New York or Detroit, and if that were how you handle it, you would be doing it daily. I guarantee you.
I know. In them bigger cities, oh yeah, I believe you 100%.
So I don't know. I mean, it depends on the school, for one thing. I mean, maybe this doesn't happen a lot in this school, but they do have a cop in there for some reason.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. I mean, again, I'm judging. I don't even know where this took place. I mean, do you know what state it was in? Do we know? I don't even know.
That's what I'm saying. We're making
what the community's like.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Now I know if it's inner city Chicago, I know there are kids beating up teachers on a, you know, at least a weekly basis. There, I've seen the crime reports. So I mean, it depends on where you're at, and maybe your solution would have been the very best one for this. I mean, where I live, in the suburb where I live, that probably would work. If we, you know, but they don't run into a lot of that here, you know, and it's, you know, but again, you know, I'm not saying that, you know, every situation would apply. I guess I was looking at, you know, your situation might have worked. I'm just saying that we're not. When I looked at the conversation around this and the arguments, it was never about what should the cop have done, right?
Yeah.
And both sides should really look at that. You can't just say what he did was perfect. There's no way. I mean, it just.
Well, there are some people out there that are saying it.
No, I get that, but what they don't understand about being in law enforcement is when you have to go into court and reenact what you did, that's going to look bad. It's just not going to look good in court in front of a jury because they don't know what it's like to be a cop, right? Yeah. So if you get there and say, well, you know, and you wouldn't have to. All they have to do is show the video, and you look like a bully. So I mean, the optics are always important when you're trying to defend a later action. Yeah. I'm just saying that we didn't even get into, when I read these online deals, I didn't even see anybody getting into, this would have been a better way to handle it. You were one of the few, John, who actually tried to do that, and look what happened to you. I mean,
I'm still getting attacked to this day, man. Damn.
Shouldn't that be our biggest concern? And I don't know this girl, and I feel bad for her, what she's going through in her life. But our biggest concern is how we analyze these situations. We're the rational ones, right? Right? I mean, we're not praying about this. We're not go into our Bibles, we're the skeptics. We're the rational people who should be able to discuss this. And all I saw were a lot of personal attacks, especially on you.
Oh yeah, I know.
And this is from the skeptic community.
Yeah,
right?
I've even been I wouldn't necessarily call it this, but I would call it this anyway, just for shits and giggles. I've even gotten jabs from people higher up the food chain. Let's just see.
Oh, yeah, that's when you know That's when you know you've made it, dude. Like I told you, man.
Well, a lot of people know. You're pretty well known, Quiet. You know.
No, I know. But I was telling Quiet the other night, right? I said, you've gotten your 1,000 subscriber plateau, right? People know you are, things like that. People love the Quiet Atheist for the most part, except for the people that call him bald, fat, faggot, and things like that. Well, because you say that you like to read the. Yeah, but he likes to read. He likes to read those in his comments.
Those are my favorite.
And I love comments. Yeah. But people, for the most part, really liked Quiet Atheist, right? Never heard nothing really bad about him, right? Just like other, until he took this position, because before it was all, Jesus versus, God versus, science and shit. Now, things that's pretty much the only thing all of us really have in common.
Hey, PW.
Yeah.
You know how bad it's gotten?
Mm-hmm.
For me personally?
No.
It's gotten so fucking bad, dude, that after these videos I made about this situation, I lost a Patreon.
Oh, really?
One whole Patreon? You're doing good.
I lost a Patreon. I lost a Patreon.
Wow. Well, I guess what I'm looking at is, I think, and maybe I can't say every atheist or is a rational thinker, but we tend to be skeptical of easy answers, and what I got used to a couple of years ago was that we could talk about anything without the interference of the Bible or judgment, things like that. We could actually hash things out. When I come back 2 years later, it's a whole different world here. I mean, people are going after each other
because the Venom Fang X's and everything like that are pretty much gone. It's
there's
Lulz
no enemy
cow. Yeah, there's really no enemy except for Lulz cows. And that's pretty much it. It's
you start eating your own young.
Yeah, and that's and that's going to happen. It happened in the Christian community, right?
Oh, it did. I saw that. I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my next video is about the Free Thought blog and PZ Myers and Shives and all those people are trying to tell us that atheism has to include a new morality and new set of beliefs in order to be an atheist. They're literally saying that. And they're also linking us to, they also are on these websites are linking us to the Oregon shooter, saying we're partially responsible for that. Okay, because he was an atheist, we're an atheist, we're all in the same community.
He wasn't an atheist.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're saying he was. They're saying he's one of us. What they literally are saying, he was one of us.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that's not what atheism means. And so it's coming down to this issue of what is it, if you're an atheist, does that mean anything? And if it does, what does that mean online? And that's the thing I explore in my next video. But I'm very concerned when people try to link me to any kind of new dogma or doctrine.
You can see why, what's his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't be labeled anything.
Right.
That's exactly the reason why. And I get a kick out of even, I like to smack, atheism is unstoppable when he goes after him because he's not looking at the platform. Yeah, he's not looking at the platform. Yeah. Yes, he is. He's exactly what he's against. He's not looking at his platform that he wants to get out there in the public. I'm talking about Neil. And he has to work with all kinds of people. If he comes out as an atheist, so many avenues are going to be closed to him trying to get children in there and give them an education.
No,
there's a lot of Christians that don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson anyway.
Yeah, but you give him as little ammo as you can. That's all you can do.
I don't even use the word atheist very much. I say I'm not religious.
Yeah.
And I leave it at that. And if somebody wants to question that, if people want to question it, I'll tell them, no, I'm an atheist. I don't have any evidence to believe in God or Santa Claus or leprechauns. I just don't have the evidence, so I don't.
Well, what do you see when you open the window every morning?
What?
What do you see when you open the window every morning? You see God's
window.
Well,
no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I live in Minnesota. It's overcast. 10 months out of the year.
It's 50 degrees. You guys are wearing shorts.
But my issue is for those who don't believe in, those who are atheists have every right to determine what that means for themselves.
Right.
People.
Can I say something to that? When I became an atheist, right, about that exact time, I went from being because a lot of reasons it was because the atheist group was like this, but very liberal, right? Mm-hmm. Very liberal, right? In a broadest, in a very liberal way. And so my introduction to atheism, I guess, was more humanistic. A lot of science. I mean, I went to the free thinkers meetings. We had guys that were like into technology and stuff, and there were presentations, and it was really cool. But a very liberal point of view. We'd sit out there with the protests, in our little town and stuff, and stuff like that. But like I said, my introduction to atheism was very liberal. As I've grown, especially like with Google and YouTube and stuff, and listening to other opinions from people around the world in different parts of the country, I'm not as liberal as I thought I was in certain things because that's not who I am. You know what I'm saying? So I'm coming back to what I really think. And I change my mind a lot. My thinking. If somebody can convince me of things, I'll agree with them. I've done it a lot. My way of thinking has changed a lot from listening to other people. So.
Well, that's funny. There's a term that's completely changed since I've been a child: liberal and conservative. They have
exactly.
Nothing to do with what they used to mean. They used to mean a person was conservative. He was conservative when making new legislation. Mm-hmm. If you were liberal with making legislation and new rules and stuff. And what do you see going on now? Now we got legislation of the bedroom by the conservatives.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's both. It's a fucking game.
But the terminology is constant. Eventually, atheism might mellow down, not to be so. You got people already. They say, well, I can't consider myself an atheist because there could be a God, and they geez. There's a God. No, then you're an atheist.
Well, in the video, I mean, you know how a lot of these people will try to slam you saying you're a dictionary atheist? You ever heard that phrase? You're a dictionary atheist?
I've heard of it,
Okay, they use it, a lot of these social justice people will use it saying, as a slam, as a slur, saying, you're just a dictionary atheist. He said, there's more to life than that. I mean, you have to take your atheism further. And in my video, I say, I'm proud to be a dictionary atheist. You can call me that all day long because that's all it means to me. It doesn't mean anything.
Is this
else.
like that atheism plus crap, whatever the fuck that was?
They're making a heavy push to try to get. Do me a favor, watch the video when it comes out tomorrow, and give me your feedback because they are really pushing this from several different corners now. Steve Shives is, Kevin Logan, the whole laughing which thing. You this is part of the split. It's the social justice people, and the rest of us who I look at atheism as a nothing compared to what some other person has. Right? That's it. I move on from there. It has nothing to do with what I believe, what I think about the world, or what I do. It just means I don't believe what they believe any more than I believe in leprechauns or unicorns or anything else.
Right.
I don't take atheism any farther than that. Now, secularism, I have talked to legislators about how they don't prosecute people who pray over their kids instead of taking them to the doctor. And when a kid, dies or something, there's less of a punishment because it involves religion. I've talked to legislators about that. Okay, as a secular person, but it's atheism. These people are saying atheism can cause crime and make people do criminal activities.
Well, as an atheist, I do rob a lot of liquor stores.
What's that?
Said as an atheist, I do rob a lot of liquor stores because I have no consequences.
But you see where they're going with this is trying to shame people into joining.
Oh yeah.
Feminism and their social justice cause. Yeah. It's mostly about feminism.
Right.
And these articles are really bizarre, and they do have a big audience. Steve Shives still has an audience, and I'm just saying that one thing that gets me motivated is when people try to change it, because then I think communication breaks down. If you if you have a different definition of a word than I do, and we're using that word in a discussion,
right?
We don't know what the other person's really talking about,
right?
And that's where I get real concerned.
I always go around with certain people, like I have our friend JJ, and like I say, he's one of the co-inventors of MP3s. But my thing is, like you said, there's a lot of terms, and sometimes something would be stated, and I have to ask them, what do you mean by that?
Right.
Because your context for that word has nothing to do with my context. We always got to point out that theory.
And that's why I believe in the dictionary. I just believe in it because it's one source we can go to. And that's what I see being assaulted here, is the word and the meaning. Because if they had their way, and I told somebody I was an atheist 5 years from now, and they say, oh, you're a feminist.
Yeah.
Oh, you're this. Oh, no, I'm an atheist when it comes to religion. And that's all you'll know about me at this point.
Yeah.
But if they have their way, I'll be prejudged as somebody. I wouldn't be able to use the word anymore. Right?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question, PW. I wanted to run something by you because there was also something else that I've been accused of since this whole thing began.
Good. I'm glad.
How can person A accuse person B of not being a true skeptic when person B is actually being skeptical of person A's position?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. There's this suspicion about motive for everybody in what they're doing. I'm hearing about, like if I talk about black crime, then nobody cares what argument I'm even doing it, right? What's my motive for doing it? That's what I see more than anything else. Rather than saying, okay, what's the logical, rational way of dealing with that person's argument? The first thing is to go after the person and saying, why are you bringing that up?
Yeah.
What's your motive? You're a racist. I mean, that's where things have gone, not all the time. I'm just saying I see that a lot. Something I did not see 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I think it's I call bullshit. I just do. But I also think there are a lot of people out there who are throwing out red herrings and provoking and trying to get arguments. I think we've lost the art of discussion and logical reasoning to come to a conclusion. Everybody's invested in their own position rather than finding out. I'd rather be wrong every time, because every time that I find out I'm wrong, I find out the right answer that I didn't know if someone hadn't pointed it out. I enjoy being wrong.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
And I am a lot. I do.
Well, thank you for your input, sir. I really appreciated that on that issue there.
Hey, it's free. Okay. This time, till I get you addicted to it, right?
There you go.
Yeah, the whole thing about like I said, I kind of thought I had to be liberal on everything, because that's how and I found that I'm not as quite as liberal on certain things and stuff. But yeah, I've been, I was called. I forgot what the lady. She didn't really curse at me, but she got pissed off at me one time because I held a door for a lady, right, at a store, right, and she literally got mad at me, right, and I was like, what the fuck, I've been called, like I said, I've been called a racist.
I hold the door for a man all the time,
Yeah, because it's a polite thing to do.
If I go through a door, I look around, and if I see somebody within a limited amount of time can get to that door, I'll even stay for a little bit. I mean, if it goes away, no, I'm going.
Yeah, because you appreciate it if somebody does it for you, type stuff, But
I'll put you in a good mood so you'll drive better.
Yeah, but like I said, I was in a conversation with a guy one time, and part of the things I'm very still liberal about is like housing the homeless, feeding the homeless, things like that, and a few other things. But when somebody was like mentioning this Black Lives Matters thing, I'm of the opinion and always have been that no, I believe that all lives matter. I believe everybody should have access to free healthcare, education, housing, food, children especially, and so in that matter, in that way, I was like, no, I believe all lives matter, and I was immediately deemed a racist because I didn't say Black Lives Matters,
Really?
and so yeah.
What's his name? Like I say, Black Box. I keep getting the problem with giving him his name.
Yeah, he came up. Yeah, I saw that one too, Paul.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and he came up with a good thing. Black Lives Matter too.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, when you start throwing things like that, or when somebody just yells, "You're a racist," or somebody says you're a sexist or something, after that, there is no discussion. Because the first thing you have to do is turn on your defenses, right? Because somebody's accused of you're a racist. No, I'm not, man. Fuck, and not say, well, I've got black friends. That's the dumbest thing you can say.
But there are a lot of like Tyler and Sotomayor and those guys. I mean, go on their sites and they'll have the opposite point of view. They'll say this is nonsense. They'll agree with you. This is nonsense. I mean, the problem, but we're not actually discussing things. We're just staking out positions.
Right. Yeah.
I think. Oh, go ahead, PW.
No. I was waiting for you.
Oh, okay. I think personally myself, I don't know how you feel about this subject, PW, but I think Tommy Sotomayor is suffering from a little black guilt to me. I mean,
yeah,
he calls his own he calls his own people fucking savages, dude.
Well, there are people too. I mean, that's how I look at it. Okay?
Well, yeah.
They're not his people. They're not. They're my people. Yeah. They're your people. Yeah. These are just people. And what he's doing, he gets attention for it. You're right. I mean, and it's how he built his channel.
Right.
Basically criticizing other black people. But
there's quite a few of them that do.
The idea is the issue is, do we talk about it or do we want to talk about it? That's the other thing. Do we want to resolve issues or do we like the conflict?
Yeah, but
the conflict
thing is, though, yeah,
people with big channels like that, or if you want to talk with somebody, say for example, I had a problem with fucking Jacqueline Glenn and something she said, right? I try to get a hold of her and say, let's talk, let's hash this out. I have better chance of getting struck by fucking lightning twice in the same spot than talking to her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, but you won't keep a big channel by resolving conflict on YouTube. If that's what your goal is. Look at Agent of Doubt. Agent of Doubt, right? Hey, his goal is to resolve issues, for the most part.
Thunderfoot gave him a shout out today.
Oh, did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, But
there are
I
people
don't think. Are there people who want to resolve issues that are doing very well?
Well, you know,
I think the thing is people crave controversy, man.
Yeah. Drama.
I think he went too far with Jenny McDermott, man. People were threatening to firebomb her and kill her and throw gasoline on her, and you know what? I want to know whose cocks are being sucked in that group. You know, I watched that video. I made a little video montage about it. She kept mentioning a few times about a bunch of people in a certain group sucking each other's cocks, and
I'm lost. I have no idea.
I made a video. I made that rant about that Jenny McDermott put on her channel, and I know very little about this whole thing, right? I just saw her video on my feed, and I was like, "Oh, this is going to be fun. This will be fun to have fun with." You know,
somebody's sucking somebody's boink boink.
Yeah, and she mentioned a couple of times about Brian J. and then XXL Lid or whatever his new wife, and a few other people that are friends in this little group, and who's sucking each other's cocks or some shit. I don't know, but I just enjoyed doing a little editing and throwing a few things in there and having fun.
I think it's for the most part it's a fun little soap opera.
Yeah.
But what Quiet was going through with Live Life, that got personal. That got kind of nasty, and it's so divisive at that point. I wonder is that what we want? Are we breaking into camps of because I see too much crossover. I don't see, John as being a social justice warrior.
No.
And but that's how he was being portrayed in this one issue, this one incident.
Right. Yeah.
And it's an unfair thing to do. I mean, a real skeptic would look at his argument
but it's a hot
calling him. Well, but you don't resort to calling somebody a PC fag.
Yeah. Well,
to refute his argument, and he was getting a lot of. That was my concern. Is that nobody was actually discussing what should the cop have done. Nobody was discussing.
And that's why when we were having this previous conversation about this, me and Quiet, we got a little heated at each other, but. I never, like I told him before, I never made any attacks about his mother and made personal attacks at him and stuff. We got all, for the most part, we didn't. Nobody was like, talking about sexuality and.
When it comes to someone talking about my mother, I don't give a shit. She's dead now anyway. This might sound cool, whatever. If someone tells me this. I'm gonna go fuck your mom tonight, and I go, well, you're more than welcome.
Hey, you're one sick fucker.
I tell them straight up, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome to go to the cemetery and dig her ass up.
I mean, and you can.
I told the guy one time, I said, you're one nasty fucker if you want to fuck my mother, man.
But you guys can handle that. There are a lot of people that would find that very offensive.
Yeah.
And unnecessary in the argument. And that's what I'm looking at here. Is if we used to, at least the people that I knew when I was first on, really stuck to the arguing the issue itself, the idea. Was the idea a good thing? Not the person. The messenger didn't matter. Now it's like the messenger totally matters, right? Yeah. I mean, if you're white, you can't talk about black issues. If you're a man, you can't talk about women's issues. If the messenger becomes the focus. So the argument gets lost. And I think we're missing out on a huge opportunity when we go down that road.
That's kind of funny because anytime you talk about stuff, I go back to TV shows. So,
yeah.
And I'm thinking of Welcome Back, Kotter. And there was one episode there of how they were. Now this is years ago. Welcome Back, Kotter is not a new show.
No.
And they're talking about how people were attacking each other.
Mm-hmm.
And back then,
right.
it was he was pointing out that people are now going after their mother or whatever instead of attack. But this stuff, it cycles. Everything cycles. Everything cycles in some
Yeah.
ways.
Hey, up your nose with a rubber hose.
Yeah, like it was a personal attack. Then it became, oh, your mother. Oh, now
Well,
it's
that was
changed
the that was the thing on Welcome Back, Kotter. Remember that?
Well, they were doing the dozens back then.
Oh yeah.
Remember they doing the dozens? You know, and that's
You want
it
to
was
play
a
the
thing.
dozens? Well, the dozens is a game,
But
but the way I fucked your mother was a goddamn shame.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But that was more of a kind of a separate faddish thing. I mean, honestly, I think you know, and I'm just talking about YouTube right now. I mean, you know, we've always had these issues of nobody wants to really deal with the real meat of the issue. They want to attack a person as a, you know, and that sort of thing. But I see it almost as a way of, it's becoming a way of how we converse. Is that we don't even go to the core of the question, but we go all the way around it dozens and dozens of times. And I just kind of wonder what that means. Because it does confuse me when I get into conversations with people. Because I assume we want to go to the core of the problem. And I think I'm the... Go ahead.
Maybe we're learning too much from politicians doing a lot of double talk.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know the answer. I really don't.
Well,
I only know the question. You know?
Well, here's what I think. I don't know what you guys think about it, PW or Paul or anybody else on the panel right now, but before, excuse me, before Live Life and I bumped heads on this issue, and a couple of his, I would say fans, I won't say fanboys because I don't want to insult people, but before me and Live Life clashed on this whole situation, everything was fine between us, right? Everything, but I think the problem is right now, and I'm saying this genuinely, I'm not trying to start an argument with anybody on the panel, but I think that the problem right now is that he's running with Atheism Unstoppable. And I think Atheism Unstoppable has fucked his mind over somehow to the point it's a new Live Life right now. I saw Octopus Prime call out Atheism Unstoppable on the Skeptic Fed show before, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And Live Life jumped Octopus Prime's ass, basically, and I never thought that would happen in a million fucking years.
Yeah, I think Devin Tracy is one of the more unusual characters you'll ever see on YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah, he really is, and the people who follow him are pretty devoted.
Yeah.
Shall I go out and see him?
What's that?
He says he's coming to the States, or he is here now.
I remember. Yeah, he went to go see a fight in Vegas for my
so should I go see him?
Look, we all watch him. Let's all admit that, okay? We all watch his videos. We just do. Whether we love him or hate him.
It's kind of like
Howard Stern.
It's kind of like a car wreck, if you will. You don't want to look at it, but you can't look away.
It was the same thing with Howard Stern when he came out. Half the people watched him to see what he'd say next, and the other people who hated him watched him to see what he'd say next. I mean,
I loved Howard Stern.
Well, and that's all this is. I mean, and I'll give him credit for, number one, checking his facts. He does very well with that. Now, how he presents it can just blow people up. But he's not wrong about what he says. I'll give him that much. And he's pretty entertaining.
Right.
You know, it's kind of hard not to be. But you're right. He is right. He comes into the room with a knife, okay? He just does. And if you're going to... He has his rules about the world, and I find that kind of funny. You know, but he has rules that are just kind of interesting. He's the hardliner.
Well, see,
I don't like his fucking rules.
No, and you don't have to. I mean, I don't. You know, that's the thing. He doesn't care.
I know.
This guy does.
I don't care. And I don't care that he doesn't care. That's
no, but I know. But think about it this way. He has what, 12,000 subs, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Jacqueline Glenn has 400,000, right?
Yeah.
He makes more off of Patreon than she does.
I
He
don't know.
makes
I've
more
never,
money. He does.
I never looked at his Patreon.
Oh, he makes about $1,500 a month. She
Oh,
makes
wow.
about $1,000. Okay, because people want to give him. Now I don't know how much they make off of ad revenues and that sort of thing, but I looked at this trying to think. Okay, what's it worth to this guy to do this? You know what I mean? Because it takes some effort to really build a persona like this online.
Right.
So I was comparing him to Jacqueline Glenn. I was just shocked that she would have 400,000 subscribers. It's like 230 patron supporters, but he has about 130, and he makes more money than she does.
Well, see, here's the thing too. When she was charged with all of this plagiarism, PW, I think a lot of her patrons dumped her.
Oh, some did, but I was looking at the time before that. Actually,
Oh, okay.
Months before that, she was making about 1,400. He was making about 1,500, and then it dropped. You're right, but he was still making more than she was with 12,000 subscribers compared to 400,000. And this is a very different. These are two very different channels. Then, two different kinds of subscribers. Now, and he puts out a video every couple of days at most. I mean, sometimes it's every day, and I think a lot of people are signed up for $1 a video. Okay. That sort of thing. So it's a very different business model. It's a whole different, and he has to keep up the heat. There's no way he can back down. That's another piece.
Cast has come out with one.
And that's one thing that I like about him. I don't agree with everything he says. I agree with a lot of what he says. I think he's entertaining as shit. He can put out an hour video and I can watch it. Okay, his facts, like you said, his fact checking is good. Sometimes, when he's making his point, it's his delivery. But like you said, he's got it's
generous.
It's his delivery, right?
No,
which I think is what gets people that opinion of him. Right.
Yeah, but I also think it's also what keeps his fans so loyal.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He will say anything. You don't know what he's going to say.
Right, absolutely, and that's why.
So I'm wondering if the Quiet Atheist turns into a big ass fucking asshole, would I get 12,000 subscribers?
No, because Quiet, that's not your personality. That's not who you are. This is Devin's. It's his persona. I'll bet you a lot of it is his persona on YouTube, but it's also, you see, your YouTube channel is also a lot of times a reflection of who you are. You're a quiet, reserved person who likes rules. Okay, like you said, you like to follow the rules. You like to go by the book. Okay, some people don't do that. Some people are more edgy with their opinion, how they present things. Right? It's like. One reason why I watch him, like I said, he's entertaining, right? I can watch an hour of his videos and, keep an eye on the TV and watch his videos and stuff, and sometimes he's got a music video or something along with it, but it keeps me glued, right? And when somebody makes a video and can make me do that, I'm more apt to watch it. You know what I'm saying? So you can it's like the person you can like to hate him. It's the person you love to hate, but you gotta like to watch it because, like you said, a lot of people watch that.
I love to hate you.
Yeah, and it's an opinionated thing. It's like with your opinion with this thing right now. You're very passionate about your opinion. You have your delivery system, right? He has his point of view, he has his delivery system, right? Which will rub some people the wrong way, even if they agree with him.
But it's hard to change. It's hard to change that once you develop an audience.
Right.
It's really hard to change that style. Because people will they'll walk away from you and unsub and get angry if you put out one video that kind of takes them by surprise.
I've
noticed that. You have to decide early on, how you're either going to deal with that or if you're going to deal with it. And if you're making too much money off of it, you're not going to change your program that made you money. That's the only problem I have with taking money. I mean, outside of paying for equipment and that sort of thing, I just think, yeah.
Yeah, that's like with the patrons. Like I appreciate when I actually got to give to a patron recently, and which I'm not going to divulge, but I'm planning on like making a very small donation to a couple other ones in the near future. But like I said, if I'm entertained, like a lot of people that have the patrons, like if you go to some people's Patreon page, it tells you what they're buying, what their goals are for equipment, and and that was one thing that who was it? The Fat Overlords were very good at doing. With their Patreon, man, they were telling people, they made update videos about where the money was going, people, money. So you knew that if you invested in that show, that you were getting something out of it. They weren't just taking the money and But
I think that's the way. It's the best way to do it. Yeah.
Right. And some people make a living out of it, somehow, and if they can do that, that's their material. If that's how they do it and stuff, I got no problem with that. It's just,
just like with me too, Patrick.
Yeah.
Because of the support that I've been getting, from I believe now it's PW and what's his name, Angry Hairpiece. I was able to buy me a new video editor, by the way, PW.
Oh, good. That was the goal.
And I put it on this laptop that I have right now. And if you go look at some of my newer videos from the past week or whatever, you'll be able to see a difference because I started to do voiceovers.
Right, I remember that. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I only give to two people. Can you guess who?
Me and someone else.
Right.
I don't know who the other person is.
Oh, think.
Let me see.
Hey,
Live Life maybe, or Skeptic Fence.
Yep.
Yeah. Things that we're talking about, controversial things and stuff like that, and people. What's your take on the whole thing with Creationist Cat versus Devin?
Oh yeah, Creationist Cat just put a video out.
Yeah, well,
I have a problem.
I gotta side with Devin on this one.
I have a problem because I don't think Creationist Cat is funny. Okay.
I thought it was cute for a while.
Well, and that's a problem because it sours my opinion a little bit. But I don't think he's. I don't know what he has to do with anything. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a novelty.
Why is he involved?
Right.
In anything?
Right.
I mean, I don't see it. He's trying to play this white knight thing, and it's like.
Well,
what are your issues?
He's hiding his opinion, right, and stuff behind a cartoon character and a cat instead of.
Well, see, I don't agree. I don't agree with Devin as far as you have to put out your personal identity.
Oh no! But
I don't agree with
using a cartoon voice,
I don't think the guy's funny. I don't think his show is good. I mean, I don't like his videos, but. No, and I tend to, I agree with Devin, in how when he deals with him, but it's kind of like I don't agree with the Atheist is Unstoppable, but that if you're going to talk to him, you have to give him your full legal name, and own your opinion online. It's kind of like, I'm not a hardliner. Like I get the idea that you should be responsible for what you say online.
Right.
But to the point where you have to testify under your name, I mean, it's like.
Well, I think a lot of that probably came from the fact that he was using a cartoon voice to.
Well, Devin never said his name until they were threatening to. Until they accused him of dox dropping. Then the way Devin does it, he goes overboard and then says, "This is me. Here's my pictures," and he starts. And then he insists everybody else do it, and it's kind of like, no, you can't do that. I mean,
it's his game, yeah.
I'm not putting my face when I can have a beautiful picture of a monster. I'm not putting my face out there. I mean, who wants to see? Who wants to see me? Think about it.
Frankenstein is fucking awesome. PW.
He is awesome. He's more awesome than I am. And
hey,
well,
I have seen your real fucking face before, though. I have.
And this guy, and Frankenstein is more interesting than I am. I know that, right? Well, he is. I mean, it's more fun to have an animated Frankenstein in a suit than it is for me to be on camera. It's more interesting. I mean, because the content of my videos isn't that amazing, okay? I mean, I'm not saying anything. My biggest video is I'm not a monster, okay? That's not an earth-shattering statement to make in the world, okay?
It was earth-shattering to a lot of us, though.
I am not an animal.
I'm not really coming out with any new philosophies here. I like to do the video. I mean, I like to make him move around and talk. I mean, that's what I like to do. But I'm not saying anything new or different. I'm just putting it in a different format.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be that way if it was me on camera.
I have to say though, if you might not be saying anything new or different, PW, but I fucking enjoy what you say. All right, there.
Hey, I enjoy what you guys do. I mean, I really do. I mean, that's why. I always look to see if you guys are online because
that's why I've been subbed to you for almost since the beginning.
Yeah,
all I know is I'm getting scared.
Oh, get a room quiet.
No, that's not even what I'm being scared about. I'm up to 14 subscribers. Oh,
subscribers?
How many?
14.
You have 14?
2 more.
Uh-oh. It's like a cult.
But you can't count very well, can you?
One more, goddammit. One more.
The magic number was 15.
Paul.
One more.
That'll be a cult. It'll be the cult of Paul.
Yeah. Paul has to get one more. I already told Paul he gets one more subscriber. Everybody out there who's watching now, subscribe to Paul, so he could start making fucking videos. Damn it.
You know what I thought was funny was one night, Angry Hairpiece. He goes, "God damn it! I got 5 people subscribing to me, and I don't have any goddamn videos, man. I should tell them all to unsubscribe to me." So I wouldn't subscribe to him. You know.
Hey, Grant.
Yes. Yes.
I was reading your comment. You want to do a response to Steve Shives. Tell us about it.
Oh, that's a bit of a long story, essentially. I've been planning on to make this 3-hour response video to him, and it's supposed to address him from the beginning up to the end. And
3 hours?
Is it going to be like a mini series?
No, just one video.
Oh, that motherfucker's gonna take a long time to render, boy.
I would break it down into like a mini series and maybe have like a couple short features or something in the middle.
Actually, if you do 3 hours worth of video on this, you really could do, several months worth ahead of time, and just release one every 3 or 4 days, right?
Don't be like Anidia Sarkeesian and take 3 fucking years to make 6 videos.
No, but think about it. Think about what he could do with this. I mean, you really could do it all at once, break it up, and you would have enough content where you wouldn't have to do another thing, for 6 months. I mean, and you could title it, "I Hate You, Steve," or something like that.
Yeah, make the people want to come back for more. Build it up.
Just put cliffhangers at the end of each video.
Yeah, what's coming up next.
Grant, well, Grant, what are you going to focus on with this sort of thing? Have you thought about where you're going to take that? I mean, what's your big issue with Steve? I mean, there's lots of them, but
Well, my big focus about Steve is just from the beginning, he used to be this great and all atheist that used to go around on YouTube and just just do all these things that we could all agree on, but he slowly turned into an intellectual monster, and that's what the drive of the whole video is.
You could do like a funeral and do a memorial service. That would be awesome.
Actually perfect. That's actually perfect.
You could have an episode.
You could even have a PW Swivel animate the dead bodies coming out of the grave.
You can have an episode called. You can have an episode like when
The Walking Steve.
Yeah, when
Walking Steve.
Yeah, when Steve started growing a mangina,
I mean, seriously, you could have a full funeral service and have him, have people do memorials. Of the Steve we used to know. Because we all used to know Steve.
But you know what? I got to tell you something. And there, and I hate to be the one to bring this up, and I know this could be a bummer for everybody in this room.
Okay.
He could block you.
Well, sure he would.
Yeah.
Sure he would.
And I know, without
you'd have to count on it.
Yeah, and I know that's going to be like very hurtful to everybody in this room. So I think you should.
Grant, I think you should get Lobster and all these guys to do a voiceover kind of thing, and add material to it, and have a memorial to the Steve we used to love.
Yeah, I used to love it. Yeah, I used to like it because I used to live in Baltimore, and that hat that he wears, Hagerstown Sons, it's near Antietam. I used to go up to Antietam a lot and everything. I was familiar with that area. Yeah, I used to drive a truck through that area. I was familiar with Montgomery County where he lives, and he used to read that one thing about all the comments in his local paper. I used to love that because a lot of it I understood. I knew a lot of the backstories behind some of the politics and stuff that he would talk about and stuff, or some of his five things of videos are cute and stuff. But
you could be a good guy on the internet and be popular. Okay?
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing that anymore. Can you think of anybody that was a nice, friendly person that gets that popular anymore?
I could think of someone right now. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I could think of someone right now that's a really nice guy, and he's really popular.
I know you're talking about me, and I don't know why I don't have 50,000 subscribers either.
God damn it! He has about 4 or 5 million subscribers on his channel. Philip DeFranco, and he's an atheist.
Okay, but there's one. But I'm talking about like Steve with 50,000 subscribers.
Oh, okay.
There's nobody local, in our circle that we really, want to, who's a decent person who, not trying to hurt people and that sort of thing, but is just talking about stuff like he used to.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not seeing it, and I'm not. Is there?
Yeah.
And I thought he was good at it. I thought he was really good at it.
Yeah.
It was always fun to kind of check in because it's like it wasn't always about doom and gloom, or I hate this person or I hate feminists or whatever. It wasn't all about that. It was just about it was kind of fun to listen to him talk.
Yeah, it was like sitting in a classroom, to be honest.
Yeah, I miss it. It was like checking in with a neighbor. You know what I mean? And that's gone. Yeah. That's gone, and I don't see anybody else doing it.
Yeah,
I really don't.
And that's why I miss the old Steve. And
me too.
And if I had the choice, I would drag him from the feminist sort of thing and make him back to who he was.
Well, he's also become a Muslim apologist.
Yeah, he did, and
he's going down that whole road.
Yeah,
he attacked Bill Maher.
No, I think you're right, Grant. I think it's a good thing to do, but how you do it, that's up to you. Whatever you're comfortable with. I just imagine a memorial service where we all talk about the Steve we loved. That kind of appeals to me. But however you do it.
But see, here's what we need to do, PW. All of us need to get pictures of ourselves digitally, of course. We need to send them to you so you can animate them into us taking turns speaking to the grave with Steve Shives on the tombstone, and each of us talk.
If you want to do a project, you guys, we can all get together and do a project, but I don't want to take this away from Grant. I mean, this is his thing, so not my thing. So it's. But Grant, if you need assistance, you just call us and.
All right.
You know,
If you need anything that's tasteless,
Yeah.
let me know.
Patrick will do that for you.
Absolutely.
Whether you want it or not.
Thank you.
Well, I'm okay with having help.
Yeah, it's up to you. I'm not trying to get involved.
Fine. Do it yourself, man. Be like that, man.
Yeah.
No, we're just available if you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
All right. Oh, and this is for Patrick. If he wants something with real taste.
Bacon?
Bacon.
Yeah, there's some bacon in my fucking hangout.
Motherfucking bacon, man.
Eat it before it eats you.
No, I'm seeing less and less. Moderates, I guess would be the word.
Yeah.
I'm seeing less and less. There's a division. There really is a split. And
A lot of what I see too, I don't know if you'll agree with me, PW, but what I see a lot too is people going into their own little cliques.
oh, there's a lot of that. Yeah. Oh, well, we do it too. I mean, look at us.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
not
we're
in
right.
any cliques.
Damn it.
But we're different. It's different when we do it.
Yes. Very
I
much.
thought I was in one clique and was pretty much told one day that I wasn't. So
Really?
anyway, yeah, man, I was like, okay, well, fuck you then. I don't
It's like
care.
high
I'm
school.
old. Yeah, I know. I'm like, and quite frankly, I like it like that because, and it's why I don't in my personal life go out. I don't need a lot of friends because, in my experience in life, the more friends you have, the more chance there is for turmoil because somebody's not going to like somebody, right? Somebody's got an issue with somebody, and you don't have an issue with either one of those two people, right? Mm-hmm. One of those people is going to have an issue with you because you don't have an issue with them or some shit, and it's a lot of unnecessary bullshit that I just choose to stay away from.
Yeah, there's a lot of people love drama. I mean, they do.
Yeah, I love to watch it. I make videos about it and just have fun with it and make goofy little montage shit. You know, but I stay out of it because I tried to get in it a couple times and my blood pressure went up and I wasn't that I was taking anything personal, but I was getting a little bit too involved and I had to step back and now I'm just back to just making fun of it because it's like if you ever watch the Jerry Springer show, I watch that show sometimes and I look and I'm like, why the fuck are these people putting their shit on for everybody to watch?
Well,
you know what I mean? And that's the part that I find entertaining is just the total fuck-knucklery sometimes of the bullshit drama that goes on and just the wackiness that people go through to counter the bullies and fight the trolls and make videos about people and
other people's personal lives. Writing letters to their employers, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
I think I get real concerned about that because that crosses a line.
Oh yeah.
That I think is going to happen more.
But see, that's the thing. It's like I find it amazing and almost entertaining that people actually get that wrapped up in it that they do shit. Well, I mean, I think it's fucked up when people get doxxed and stuff. And I mean, like I said, I did it for years and didn't even know it. Didn't even know what it was. But that's why people know me. People call me Patrick or Lobster or whatever. Mm-hmm. But to me it's amazing that people can say stuff, right? When you make a video and you put it out there, right, and somebody disagrees with you, like with Quiet, it's one thing when somebody disagrees, but like you said, you got these people that want to start something, right, because they live this shit, and contrary to popular belief, I mean, I do have a lot of free time in my hands a lot lately, but I also have a private life, and I have to turn my phone off because it's set to Google, right? So I can get on Google or get on the internet and stuff. And my phone, being that I have so many contacts, from people in my circles and stuff, sometimes my phone goes fucking nuts. He goes ding 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 ding.
Oh, sure.
It was fucking rapping the other night. My wife was laughing. It was like ding. It was going droid 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 like this for like 2 minutes, you know. And so I have to turn my phone off, you know.
Right.
So yeah, it's. I follow a lot of stuff. I stay out of it because I just laugh at it. It's like, you know.
Yeah, I don't think all of it is real and serious. I think there are a lot of people who pretend to be victims, you know, and for the drama. And if you have a bigger channel, you'll say things more provocatively to get people to check in on whatever. And I saw. I don't know if you guys, Paul, did you see that private chat between the Amazing Atheist and Devin Tracy?
I did.
I saw part of it.
Those two guys were jabbing at each other, but it's almost friendly because they both know that this is about business. But especially the Amazing Atheist, TJ knows. He admitted it's a business. You know, this isn't that personal.
Well, look how long he's been doing it though, and trying to make himself as big as he is now.
Right,
know?
But my point is that the public argument between these two guys is secondary to the business argument. This is about keeping the controversy alive so that people come in and see who said what this time.
Yeah.
And that's where Creationist Cat gets in there trying to kind of take a piece of that, right?
Right.
And that's where Jenny McDermott tries to get involved in Laughing Witches thing and become a victim of that so that she can monetize it. I think these are business decisions and ego.
Even Jacqueline Glenn too, because I received a message from somebody who shall remain nameless, telling me that she was coming onto my channel and getting some of my stories before I even had a chance to fucking do anything with them, and fucking just stealing the thunder right from my fucking ass.
But she has been known to plagiarize a time or two.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's been doing that for a while, and
she actually has, yeah. I mean,
well, and that's why, you know, the thing about Jacqueline Glenn, when I first heard of her, right, you know, they're like, oh, Jacqueline Glenn, you know, I saw this video and there was this girl, she was quick, witty, type stuff like that, but it's almost like all of her videos sound alike, you know?
Yeah.
And I got turned off to that really fast because to me it almost sounded like, I mean, like I said, everybody has a persona on this stuff, right? I get that, right? But you know, to me, she came across as ungenuine. Just you know what I mean? Like she's putting on a
like she was acting or using a script or some other people's work.
And that's why I didn't really. She wasn't really telling me anything, you know. No. I mean, she wasn't.
I'll give her this much: she can memorize lines. I'll tell you.
Oh
that.
Yeah.
She's good. I mean, she really did well with it. She did a long time before people caught up with it.
I'm really, you know who I think is really good with that, PW? Is what's his name? Theoretical Bullshit.
Oh, he is an actor though.
Yeah.
He's on what, Days of Our Lives or?
No, it's
The Bold and the Beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been, you know, he is an actor. So, what's that?
I wish he'd do more.
He's really good. He's a bright guy. I like him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he can sit there and remember a fucking 30-minute fucking speech in his mind and recite it all in a fucking video format perfectly.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Well, I think a lot of what he's talking about too is it's if you know the subject, you can do that. You can just go on and on and on. You know?
Yeah.
Plus, he's got a good delivery.
Oh shit! If this is something that a lot of these Christians don't understand when they debate theoretical bullshit. You've already fucking lost the moment he looks at you.
Because he is. I'm one handsome guy, man.
Because,
I'd be gay for him.
I mean, he has a way of just fucking destroying a fucking person like there's no tomorrow, like he did Matt Slick in the debate they had. Oh, man, he destroyed Matt Slick. I mean,
my cat could destroy Matt Slick.
You know.
Yeah, I haven't seen a religious debate for a long time now, and
they're redundant.
I don't want to watch G-Man. I saw one video. No, seriously, I saw one video of his, and I thought, no, this is not a real person. I mean, this is bullshit. I mean, this isn't even. It's the last time I heard anybody that was worth, I think, listening to, was on your show here, John. You had he was mainly focused on the evidence. If it was a courtroom and there was enough evidence to say that Jesus existed, right? That's what his position was, and I thought he was very good. I mean, I thought he was.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
He was very polite. He was polite. He didn't get into
peripheral prophet was his name.
Yeah, that's
it. I've talked to him. Yeah, he's capable of having a.
Oh, but the problem is, the issue is over, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We're done talking about it. I'm not going to talk to a creationist. I mean,
yeah,
any more than I'm going to talk to a 5-year-old and debate Santa Claus. I'm just not going to do it. Maybe for fun for 2 minutes, but then I'm not going to get it.
What about Santa Claus?
Okay, Paul, I didn't mean to tell you about this. So we'll talk.
You know what? We'll talk. Frankenstein, my ass, man. Frankenstein is evil, man. Thanks for screwing up the fucking Christmas holidays for me, man.
That's why they call me a monster, buddy. I'm sorry.
You're not a monster, my ass.
And you're not a lobster.
I had the cookies.
Hey.
Put out the cookies, Paul. I enjoy them every year. I do.
Hey, speaking of like Santa Claus and stuff, pretty soon we're going to be starting the annual War on Christmas out here in Rhode Island.
Goddamn fucking Bill O'Reilly.
Well, yeah. Well, see, the thing is,
I'd love to take him into the ring. I would love to go around with him in the ring.
Being Catholic Central up here in New England, at the State House every year when they bring in the tree, there's this debate on whether to call it a holiday tree or a Christmas tree. And it's the one thing that the state of Rhode Island loves to argue about for some reason every fucking year. I made a joke one time. I was with some of my wife's relatives that were this one lady that was really, really old, didn't have a sense of humor. And I told her, I said, with this whole argument between holiday and Christmas tree, she goes, it's a Christmas tree. It's Jesus' birthday, right? And I said, well, I call it a cat toy because my cat likes to knock it over every year, so... Oh my God! You would have that comment that I made just took the air out of the entire fucking room, because and I'm like, oh shit! There's no sense of humor here,
I get a kick out of it because they talk about Xmas. I seen that when I was a kid, Xmas, because you could put that on a sign with the trees along the side of the road. It didn't take up the whole goddamn block.
Yeah,
like Christmas does, and also. I always get a kick when Bill Roddy goes off on Happy Holidays. Don't they remember the song from the 40s called Happy Holidays? It's nothing new.
Yeah. Well, my wife and I, a few years ago, were at a J.C. Penney's buying a coffee pot as a Christmas present. And these two at the mall out here, and these two cashier ladies at the J.C. Penney's were going on and on because this lady said Merry Christmas to them, right? And they're like going on and on and on and on and on and on about, it's about time somebody said Merry Christmas around here. My goodness, having to say Happy Holidays. It's Christmas, God damn it. It's Christmas time. It's that time and all this crap. And I'm like, can I please finish purchasing this goddamn coffee pot, you know, and they're just going on about all this shit, and they're looking at me like I'm supposed to like jump up and down and say, "It's Christmas," you know, and I left and said, "Happy Holidays," you know, but yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember when I was young, I heard the song. I said, "Happy Holidays," and he went into the thing. Well, that's because you got Christmas coming up, you got New Year's, and prior to that, also it started out because even then, Thanksgiving was when it starts. You know, it's happy. You know, Thanksgiving was included.
You don't understand. Baby Jesus died for your sins on Christmas Day. You know.
And I don't have any sins. Okay.
Yeah, you know, that's the whole bottom line right there.
I'm done then.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, and all this crap, and yeah.
So they hung this little baby up on the cross. Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I told that to people. You know, I'm like, really, you know, you think some girl had a fucking baby, you know, and some wise men came with what's that one? Not the frankincense. What's the one stuff that they say is kind of the myrrh? I think it is that you can actually get you high. You know. So yeah.
After you have a kid, you need to go get high. Yes.
So yeah, you know, they were trying to get baby Jesus high and give him some incense to mask the smell. It was a conspiracy right from the beginning. They were trying to, because they knew Jesus was going to be a liberal, long-haired, sandal-wearing hippie, right?
Well,
they knew if they could get him busted with pot early in life, they could discredit him. It says that in the Bible.
God damn it! They said Jesus was a socialist.
You think Jesus would be, if everything was right, a Republican, especially today? No way. No way. He had hung out with beggars, prostitutes, and thieves.
Yep, just like the Republicans.
Beggars, prostitutes, and thieves. Yeah, he'd be Republican.
Yeah, just like the Republicans do. They hang around with prostitutes, thieves, and drug addicts.
And that back, he would be Republican. Okay.
Because those parties are more fun, you know. You know.
Oh, shit.
Whoever's got the best drugs and alcohol and the chicks, man, usually has the best party, man. You know.
Whoever's got the biggest pile of snow will have the best party.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember the '80s, man. Shit, you know.
80s.
Well, my video is finished rendering, so I can start the upload process. It takes about 3 hours.
Wow.
That long?
For my
you get these things called. It's called.
Hey,
you gotta get rid of that router or whatever it is, or dial-up.
PW.
I got high speed, but my videos are 2 gigabytes, and then they get compressed by YouTube. But I refuse to make a low res, even though they destroy it. I still don't. I still make a high. You know.
Hey, I was going to tell you, you know, if you'd ever like some advice on production or you know, things like that when you're doing your videos, never ask me.
Okay.
Because
never ask me and never ask me.
I'll keep that in mind.
I suck.
Oh fuck. No, but PW.
Not that I wouldn't want to help, but my knowledge, you know, yeah.
Oh yeah.
PW, it takes 3 hours for a video of yours to upload.
Well, because they're usually 2 gigabyte. They're not small.
And you use 1080p.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I know that even though I know that YouTube is going to compress it all the way down again, I still do it out of principle. I just do. I could make it the same way that they're going to compress it, and it would take, you know, it wouldn't take long at all. But
because sometimes it is about the principle.
Sometimes it is, and it's just a fetish of mine where I'm not gonna destroy the video.
Yeah, a fetish like how? Do you get off on it?
That's not what fetish means. You know that. I like the dictionary version. Okay.
Someone's mind's in the fucking gutter.
It just means an uncompromising, personal.
Well, we've all been on an uncompromising position.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do. I mean, it's a idiosyncrasy of mine that I won't destroy.
I swear it was just a towel snapping incident. There was nothing beyond that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but it's going to be called Dark Times for the YouTube Atheist.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is there going to be music involved? And
there's always music. Yeah. I wouldn't. You got to have that. You got to have the sound.
Yeah.
I can watch a badly filmed movie, and I can't take bad sound.
I have to ask you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Are you done with what you were saying?
Yeah, somebody else was saying something.
Oh, okay. I have to ask you a question.
No, you don't.
How the fuck do you get a swinging Miley Cyrus in your videos?
How did I get that? Somebody else did a clip of that and posted it on YouTube.
But how did you take the background off her and just have her swing? Yeah.
They had her on green screen.
Oh.
Yeah, they had the whole thing on green screens. It was easy.
No, okay.
And if you just do a search on green screen, just write that, you'll come up with hundreds of different green screen. Just a ton of things.
The video editor that I bought with the Patron money has a feature on it. It's fucking badass, PW. It has a feature where I can use green screen.
Good. Yeah. No, and they're all pre-made. I mean, and you can just download, like KeepVid, or whatever. You can just download the whole thing and insert it in there and just hit your, just take the green out and you can place it anywhere you want. That's actually one of the easiest things. Sometimes when I get bored, I'll get like Jean-Claude Van Damme. I always put him in somewhere. I mean, in the video.
Yeah.
And he'll be in this next one. I mean, it's just and him and Snoop Dogg and whoever.
PW. Yeah. Sounds like a Wilhelm scream to me.
What's that?
Wilhelm scream. You don't know what Wilhelm scream is.
Yeah.
PW. If you listen to a lot of movies or watch a lot of movies, look up Wilhelm scream.
Who is that?
Used over and over again.
Wilhelm scream?
It's a guy screams in a movie way back when in a Western, and you'll once just look it up.
I'll look it up.
Once you hear it, you'll hear it in a lot of movies. All Star Wars.
Really?
That's in there.
I like that.
What you call it? Lord of the Rings and all that stuff.
Really?
Yes.
I'm gonna look that up.
Somebody's falling off something. Somewhere they'll sneak it in there, and sometimes the producer doesn't want that in there, so of course they show them the one screening, and then they later on sneak it in there.
Oh, that's cool. I love that stuff. I'll check it out, Paul.
All right.
That's my big tip for today.
What does what's the cost for say a starter decent like editing software? What is that?
Well, it depends on how much you want to do.
Right? Well, yeah, I mean, but see, I don't know.
I mean, because the learning curve goes up, with
right,
more, and you really have
just to add some stuff, and because I have Windows Live Movie Maker now. There's a lot of things I can't do. Well, you're limited.
At this point, you're looking at
real quick. I hate to butt in, but real quick, I just put a link in the side of a video, and once you start to see it, you'll go, "Oh, okay, you've heard it, just don't know."
Yeah,
I'll check it out.
I also wanted to ask you another question, PW. Now, all of this green screen footage that you found, did you find it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, because I found a bunch just now, and I want to take a look at them.
What do you look up? Just look up green screen?
Yeah, green screen effects.
Oh, okay.
And if you want to narrow it down to just stuff you want to like download, is just green screen footage.
Yeah,
A lot of it's tutorials, and you don't really need that after you know how to do it. Yeah. But it's I suggest a program called Keylight.
Yeah.
It's probably the best I've ever used. You don't have to fiddle with a lot after you've done it, but most of these green screens are very evenly green, and so they're pretty easy to do. But there's tons of footage out there that you can pick up. And then the other one is to go to the National Archives, and they have old movies in there, old television commercials. They've got stuff from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, whatever. And you can borrow clips from there, and there's no royalty issues there. There's no copyright. Those are all in the public domain. So, I mean, it's... and I've used those before. I mean, one of my clips was on the Colbert Report.
Oh, really?
With John
yes,
McCain.
I remember. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, yes. John McCain, and I just pulled a clip from the old National Archives.
So
a gym teacher talking about sex ed.
Do you look up National Archives, or is that on YouTube?
I think that's the archive or something. But just Google National Archive movies, whatever.
Oh, okay.
You'll go right to it, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, there are lots of places to get stuff. My only problem is I always throw in a song, and so I can't monetize anything I do.
Right. That's the problem of mine is.
And sometimes I just do it for that reason, just
because it's appropriate.
Yeah, it's
well, hey, if you want to use, hey, speaking of things, PW, since you helped me a lot, I don't know if you're aware of this website, but since you have helped me a lot with my shit, I'm gonna make you aware of something really, really quickly here. Let me get the link.
Okay.
And you can download music to your computer, and you can upload it to your video, and put it in the only thing is, you have to put it in your description. Mm-hmm. And the site gives you complete instructions on who to give credit to and stuff like that, but it's completely free. If you monetize, you don't have to worry about not being able to monetize. You can still monetize. Let's see here. Let me get the link real quick.
Yeah. Well, I gotta get going. I gotta look for my bacon. And do I smell something burning?
We can't smell it. This might come as a shock.
That would be my fart, man.
Take care, Grant.
All right.
See ya, Grant.
Okay. God dang it.
Wilhelm scream. Yes.
I'm gonna check that. Yeah, you can always message me, John.
I got it. I got it right here. Right here,
River City.
There you go.
See, with me, I want to find something like where I can add, voice. Like if I'm making a PowerPoint type like slide or not slide, but pictures or something, I can add voice and stuff. Something pretty simple, nothing, fancy Dan.
Well, I mean there's some online free.
Yeah. This site that I offered in the site chat, it says if you need free music for your YouTube videos where you get to keep the ad revenue, you can come here.
Oh, good. Yeah. Good. Yeah, I don't even know if they run ads on mine or not. I have ad block, so I never see ads. I don't think I get any. I must get some. But it's so small, it's like pennies. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't even bother. But and I'm thinking of a video editor for Patrick here. Sony Vegas might be the thing you want.
That one's pretty good actually, Patrick. The one that
it's only about $100.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's only I think about $100 or something like that.
Well, see, I found Sony Vegas 11 on eBay for $35.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, get the latest version you can get because they always have upgrades online.
Right.
But that might be the one. That might be the one to go to. It pretty much has everything. I mean, it's
Sony Vegas Pro is what.
Yeah, I think beyond that, when you start going beyond that, there's a lot of work.
The thing is, I have a very limited attention span.
Oh, this might be the thing for you then.
Yeah,
but it's still, you'll still have to really learn it. But it's like,
I get that.
I think you'll have more. I think you'll have more fun with it than you would with like Premiere Pro or Final Cut or something like that.
Yeah.
Because then you're getting into intermediary kind of professional work. And
I just do this.
But Sony, I think, is pretty good because also there's a lot of plugins for it that you can download for free on different sites. So that might be the one that you might want to go with. And
I honestly,
that's all well and good,
Mm-hmm.
and with Christmas coming, I was going to ask Santa for something like that, but being that you fucked up the whole Santa thing for me, thank you very much.
That's not.
I'm going to have to find out a different way of.
And there's no Jesus either, so just
the
whole Christmas,
of course.
The whole Christmas thing. I think the whole Christmas thing was destroyed a long time ago for you, Patrick.
Next year, you're going to tell me, Christmas was never a fucking thing in my family. Trust me. Oh my God.
Well, that's what
if you can't shut up, I'll just cancel Christmas right now. And this is like 2 minutes before we're fixing to open presents. Yeah. It was like held over your head.
Bottom line is, I think Sony Vegas would be the thing that you want to do.
Yeah. I'm looking around.
Honestly, I think that Sony Vegas Pro, the up-to-date version, is kind of like a bridge from your traditional video editors all the way to the other side where you do professional work.
Yeah, no, you'll be able to do whatever you want with it. I mean, it's just you start getting into like a
quiet man. He's getting all fancy Dan and everything with his videos now instead of just putting up him talking and showing that
you're gonna do it.
Evil refrigerator behind him, and stuff.
Yeah.
I
mean, eventually.
Well, see, the thing that I want to get. I mean, what I'm settling for what I got now. I'm completely content with what I have. I got the. I don't know if you're familiar with the editor, but I got the up-to-date Wondershare.
Oh, that's a good one. No, that's good. Yeah. No, and part of it is too the different layout. I mean, depending on how you want to do it. I mean, I'm an Adobe guy. I mean, that's just what I started with that, and that's what I know. I like working in layers, but other people like working in modules and other things. And it all depends on what works for you.
Yeah.
And for me, Premiere Pro is similar to the old traditional stuff.
These girls work for me.
What's that?
These girls behind me, they work for me.
Do they?
That's my level.
I thought Paul had to go to
the photography. I have enough already.
You do.
Have you seen my pictures?
I have. Yeah. No, and the one directly behind your head, isn't that? What's the name of that?
Hate Girl.
That's right. Yeah. No, she's probably my favorite.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you a guy got up? I showed him the movie, and what upset him about the movie was not the killing, was that she said the word "cunt."
You want
to figure out the cop thing? Figure that out for me.
Would kill all the people in the world, but
the thing that got me about Kick-Ass, and I've talked to a lot of people that this happened to, was when they were putting the movie out, right? When they were showing the trailers, right? They showed more of a, not a comedy view, but more of a light. It didn't seem like, it seemed like it might be kind of funny,
Like it might be kind of cute, and at times, sure, it was. But what it turned out to be, a lot of people found it really disturbing because of her. That a child was doing that. And that how her life had been affected and what she turned into. A lot of people really had it disturbed them. I mean, because when I saw the movie, I was shocked. I rented it, right, because I was looking for a light. Oh, this looks like a cute movie. We'll watch this, right? And it really wasn't what it kind of sounded like in the trailers.
Well, that's
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's people cut the trailers.
But yeah, but see, I wouldn't have. I mean, I thought it was a good movie in the end, but it wasn't what it didn't turn out to be what they were kind of like putting it out to be in the beginning. You know what I mean?
To me, if they would have probably marketed it the right way, it would have been a bigger. So.
Yeah, and I get why people like it, but like me, a lot of people were expecting one thing and got totally something else, and that was the thing, because when me and my wife watched it, when we were done, we were like looking at each other. I'm like, well, that wasn't what I expected, we were both looking for like a lighthearted, movie. That's the way it was put out, kind of,
Yeah. I didn't see the previews.
Yeah, they were just showing this kid that wanted to be he was like bullied, wanted to be a superhero, Yeah. He was kick-ass, right? And then they show this girl in the costume, right? And they have this little quick, go between each other, and it's kind of funny, and cutish like that. Yeah. And that's what a lot of people thought the movie was some kids having fun trying to fight back the bullies type stuff, right? Being crime fighters in their neighborhood.
That's when the movie got going when she showed up.
Yeah, and when you see just some of, I think whoever wrote that had to be a little sick in the head, because it was kind of just, if you're not expecting that, and you know what I'm saying? It just
didn't bother me at all. I thought it
didn't bother me, but it wasn't what they were putting it out in the trailers.
Well,
and because let's put it this way, we wouldn't have rented it, right? If we hadn't, if we wouldn't have believed the trailers, because it wasn't that kind of evening that we were having. It was supposed to be a lighthearted evening, right? And we're watching some young teenage girl commit violent crimes, or not crime, but you know what I mean. It was not,
I love when her father shot her in the chest.
Yeah,
I thought that was I like.
But there's a movie for every occasion. This wasn't the occasion we were looking for. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that.
The wife wanted to get like a chick flick, and I'm like, hey, this looks like a lighthearted comedy type, might be funny, and it wasn't that,
Yeah,
But yeah, very well done. I just thought it was kind of.
I think they pulled back too much from the second one, because the original title was supposed to be Balls to the Wall. I think they should have just cut loose again. My biggest problem, and I'm going to digress because I'm good at it, is when they did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It shouldn't have been Disney. That's one that should have been somebody irreverent about everything, because that's exactly what the kind of movie it should have been. You know what I mean? And they held back on all the commentaries on God. I mean, oh, jeez. Somebody else should have done that movie.
Well, I think the most genius and misunderstood movie ever made, quite frankly, is the movie Head.
I don't think I've seen that one.
The Monkees made it.
Oh,
when they discovered drugs and hallucinogenics, and decided to get creative.
Well, guys, I'm gonna pack it in. I've just uploaded it, the video, so it'll be out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Let me know what you think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a nice evening, sir.
I'll have
You
my
too.
critical papers out. And,
It was a beautiful experience having this conversation with you.
until Christmas. Santa
Yeah, except for Christmas, man.
Yeah. Well, you guys.
Two things. When I found out,
stop being a beta. Okay, be an alpha male. Okay.
Look,
right. Deal with it.
Hey,
right?
Look. First, I found out who ran Scam really was.
Find a kangaroo?
Okay.
Okay. Do I have to find a kangaroo to come in here and talk to you guys, or what? You know, I mean, you ever heard Devin go on about that, about the alpha male and shit?
Yeah, of course. I watch all his stuff.
I know. It's just, it makes me laugh.
Well, like I say, he's supposed to be out there, and I'm almost tempted to go see him.
Me too. Yeah, no, it'd be funny. But.
Hey, clown! I heard about you.
Well, and the thing is, he knows how to he takes it, he gives it. Sure, he bans people, which I don't understand, because when you ban people, you lose subscribers. But
he doesn't care.
Yeah, I know he doesn't care, but he also monetizes. So
what the fuck who are you talking about?
You,
huh?
Me?
Yeah, we were talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
What did I do?
Well, the fact that you like to go around all the time pissing people off, they're quiet. You never shut up. You're always running your mouth. And if anybody disagrees with you, man, you call them stupid and you call them faggot and stuff like that. People are really tired. People are really tired of the way you're bullying people on the internet, Quiet.
Well,
and I think it's about time that people stand up to you.
They've been calling you Quiet. It's unstoppable.
Yeah.
Quiet Atheist is unstoppable.
Quiet is unstoppable.
Yeah. And you're racist and you're sexist, man. You hate women. You hate women, man. You degrade women because you like boobies and stuff.
What the hell,
The quiet racist. I've been hearing that.
I got some advice for you, buddy. Why don't you suck my right nut and get my left nut jealous?
Well, I'll tell you why, because I'm an alpha male, okay? Okay.
Well, listen. When it comes to women, I think
none of us know anything.
Look, I'm serious when I'm telling you this.
Oh, you are.
I think that we should get to know them.
A lobster is telling me serious things right now.
Okay? I think we should get to know them and understand them to the best of our abilities.
Really?
And learn to understand what makes them tick.
You are so beta.
What's
below beta? What's below beta?
Done.
If you'll let me finish.
To the best of our abilities.
We don't let betas finish.
Listen to me, please.
No. We're done.
I think that
this is problematic.
We should understand women, and we should understand all their needs before we degrade them and use them for things.
If you want to do the work, go ahead.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm
only serious.
That would be so problematic.
Yeah.
It's a trigger for me.
Yeah.
I love those words. I do. They're the
I'm triggered. PW Swivel. PW, your words trigger me.
Yeah, they do, and I can't help that because it's problematic.
Oh, fuck's sake! I had a girlfriend that lived with me for like a year one time, right? And
that's not our fault.
She had problems, certain things in her life and everything.
Yeah,
and everything I watched on TV.
Know that.
Everything I watched on TV, everything I did, everything was like, I don't want you to do that. That triggers me. That triggers me. That triggers me. That triggers me. And I'm like, fuck, man.
Well, you're full of microaggression. You know that. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And if you say you're not, Patrick, if
you're a motherfucking liar.
Hey,
you're sexist.
If you say you're not sexist, or you say you're not all of this or that, that's just eternalized misogyny.
It
You
is.
know, I'm not sexist. I love women.
Come on.
You know,
The patriarchy did it. You know, and then we're in charge of that because of our white privilege. I love all these phrases. These are just this is the funnest way to talk.
well,
right?
you know, yeah, I had so much white privilege growing up. You know,
Yeah, me
I'll
too.
be right. I'll
Believe
be
me.
right.
I can tell you
Talk
stories.
amongst yourselves.
I got to pick my shitty parents.
Yeah.
I got to pick the shitty life we lived growing up.
Right.
I had
But
so
I don't
many,
think you understand. I really don't. You can't. How do you identify yourself? By the way,
me.
Are you a cis male?
What's a cis male?
A cisgender. You're cisgender. If you don't know
Listen,
that.
man, I stand up when I pee, man.
No. You don't understand. See, that's just it. You don't understand because the patriarchy made you not understand. You need to unlearn all these things.
Please teach me.
Okay, first of all, you are on the bottom of the progressive stack. Do you know that? Okay. If you don't,
man.
it's okay. You need to accept that, okay?
Okay.
And you need to unlearn, and you can't talk to anybody until you learn that.
Okay.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
you have to say problematic in
Yeah.
every sentence. Okay. Every sentence has to have the word problematic. You know,
I find that problematic. Yeah.
Very good. Very good. That's great. And do it like Steve Shives. You have to watch Steve Shives every day. You know, and watch him. And unfortunately, we lost the Breakfast Club. I don't know if you guys know that.
Oh, that's problematic.
It is problematic.
Well,
yeah, and I attribute it to it's white. You know, it's white privilege
Yeah.
to do this to them.
Oh,
You know?
man.
It's sad.
It is.
We lost. What was
I didn't think of it like that, you know.
I keep
find that very
forgetting that all
problematic.
this is being recorded. I keep forgetting that part.
Yeah, I find that very problematic, you know.
I think you're gonna have to edit this stuff out, John, when you go through it.
No, I think that would be totally problematic.
It would.
Wait. Educate me. Why did it go off?
I don't know. There's no answer. I mean, I was looking at what's the hat guy or that got that funk right? He didn't know why.
Funkadelic?
He didn't know why. He was on there, and then Steve Shives was on there, and he said he had no idea why it was all shut down. The guy who started it shut it down overnight.
Oh no!
Now, I don't know if somebody's doxing him and something bad's gonna come out like it did for that 13. No, that 13 guy who shut.
Oh, Shadow Heathens.
No.
Who?
Something 13. He was 13? In on that Laughing Witch thing.
Oh.
That letter writing campaign.
Oh.
And then he shut down his channel like overnight, and then the next day it came out he was a convicted sex offender.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
Something 13. I can't remember the name, but
yeah.
He was a real dick. Talking about how rape and that sort of thing, how bad men were. And turns out he's a convicted sex offender. But he was one of Laughing Witch's thing, trying to get after. He threatened Thunderfoot. Said, "If it's the last thing I do, I will beat you down." That sort of thing.
Are you talking about Hannibal Victor 13?
That's him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is that the Breakfast Club, I don't know why it shut down. I mean, it was like overnight.
I don't know if you know the guy PW, but another guy disappeared too. He goes by the name of Soria. I don't know how to pronounce his name right. Soria Yuki or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I heard. I didn't know who he was, but I heard he shut down.
Yeah.
But it's like suddenly all these people that were attacking Thunderfoot are getting. At least think they're going to get doxxed, and so they're shutting down their channels. And it turns out that they weren't like the best people to be defending feminism.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You know who I like? You know who I like is you're familiar with Armored Skeptic, aren't you, PW?
Yeah. Yeah.
I like his girlfriend. I recently subscribed to her. I like her videos. Her Shoe on Head.
Oh, yeah, I know her. Yeah. I didn't know they were connected. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
but no, something happened to that Breakfast Club thing, and I thought that's interesting because even Steve Shives was saying he had no idea. Nobody noticed. Nobody said a word, and the guy who just shut it down and went away.
Yeah, well,
that'll
they can start it up again. I mean, they can call.
Yeah, they could. But it's weird. Yeah, I think they're all kind of wondering what's going on. That's all.
But without all the founding members, man, will the band ever sound the same? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sometimes they're better.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
thank you.
Yeah.
I get so tired of somebody saying, "Oh, they don't have the original."
No. Music, good music is good music. I don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't care. You know, Ringo Starr replaced Pete Best. Okay.
Yep.
I mean,
yep.
You know, shit happens. You know, but I find it curious that group suddenly splits up because the one guy who had the channel shut it down. I mean, why couldn't they just, he didn't say a word to him either. So something weird.
Yeah.
Well, if you had to speculate, what would you? Would you think a conspiracy going on?
No,
I don't mean conspiracy like truthers.
No, the way things have been going, people disappear because they're going to be exposed for something. That's what I've been seeing lately. Right. I'm just kind of curious because I think they were getting kind of popular. It was around for a while, and they were getting they put Steve Shives in there but they had Got That Funk he would take opposition to Steve's videos, so they had a good format. They had a good format, but neither one of those two know why this thing got shut down. There was no notice. It was overnight. You know how they ran it? They would have a question. Everybody did a video on their own and put it in there, and every day you'd get a different person. I think. I never really watched it, but I mean.
Well, I was subscribed to the channel, and every day. Practically, you get a different video from anybody. It could be Peach one day. It could be Dev Shell 2 another day. It could be Got That Funk. It was Serious Minds.
He was on there. But it was shut down overnight without explanation, and I find that curious. I really do. I mean, if you're going to take a break, you don't have to shut it down.
Yeah.
But if you want out, big time.
And it could be, something happened and he didn't call anybody and he'll be back or something, or, or you never know. I mean.
But I mean, if you have a schedule with people and they're going to be submitting videos and they know they're going to do it and they have to set aside time for it.
Right.
And you've been doing it for a couple of years and then you disappear without a word.
Yeah. Show must go on.
Well, no, he shut it down. That's the point. I mean, I could see if he went on vacation, said, somebody take over this, but I'm just kind of curious. I don't know. It's the drama again.
Yeah.
He
could have won the lottery and just said, "Fuck it, I'm going to the Mediterranean."
Well, I hope so. I mean, that would be great, but somehow I think there's something else going on here. Just the way things have been going.
That's highly possible.
I didn't do it.
Huh?
Sure. Usually aren't the guilty the first people to start. The guilty are usually the first people to start talking about their innocence.
Usually the first person to say that they didn't do it is the one that actually did it.
That's right.
There you go.
I liked it.
Paul, you want to stand up and put your hands behind your back?
Just for the fun of it.
I'm not that long. I'll have to put them up front.
All right, guys. I'm going to make good on my promise to leave.
I'm going to get going too.
I got a lot of racist stuff I got to be doing tonight. So.
You fucking goddamn racist, PW.
Well, I am, and I'm okay with that. Okay, all right.
You're gonna be a racist.
Hey, you guys, okay? Check your privilege, and I'll catch up with you later. Okay.
Check out the screen. I'll see you later.
Take it easy.
We'll see you later, PW.
Hey, I'm gonna get going too, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the show, guys. You guys have a good night, and
okay.
everybody gets some rest. Everybody get some rest and be safe.
Okay, bye bye.